Good evening. Today is November 29th, 2023. We'll be sitting in room 255 at approximately 6 p.m. for the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, with the chairperson to be announced. Thanks and have a great day.
Good evening. Will the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development please come to order? Before the committee can proceed with the business before it, it must elect a chairperson. Are there any nominations? MLA Devgan?
I nominate Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, Mr. Blaschko, will you please take the chair?
Thank you. Okay. Our next item of business is the election of a vice chairperson. Are there any nominations? MLA Devgan.
I nominate MLA Cross.
Are there any other nominations?
MLA Cross has been nominated.
Oh, sorry, MLA Cross has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Yes, MLA Khan.
I nominate MLA Nesbitt.
MLA Nesbitt has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? So nominees have to be on the committee. So MLA Nesbitt is not eligible. Are there any other nominations? MLA Khan?
I nominate MLA Bariza.
Okay, MLA Bariza is nominated. Okay, so we will be proceeding with a voice vote. The motion put forward is, will MLA Cross be the vice chairperson of the committee? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those, oh, sorry. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3.
Mike.
Okay, all those opposed?
Also opposed.
No, opposed. All those in favour of the other nomination. So all those in favour of...
All those in favor of MLA Cross, please raise your hand.
Okay. All those in favor of MLA Cross, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
And all those in favor of MLA Bariza, raise your hands.
1, 2.
Okay. Congratulations, MLA Cross.
So MLA Cross has been elected vice chairperson.
MLA Cross has been elected vice chairperson. The meeting has been called to consider the following bill. Bill number 3, the Fuel Tax Amendment Act, fuel tax holiday. I would like to inform all in attendance of the provisions in our rules regarding the hour of adjournment. A standing committee meeting to consider a bill must not sit past midnight, to hear public presentations, or to consider clause by clause of a bill except by unanimous consent of the committee. Written submissions from the following person have been received and distributed to committee members. Carson Callum of the Manitoba Beef Producers on Bill 3. Does the committee agree to have these documents appear in the Hansard transcript of this meeting? Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. Public presentation guidelines. Prior to proceeding with these public presentations, I would like to advise members of the public regarding the process for speaking in a committee. In accordance with our rules, a time limit of 10 minutes has been allotted for presentations, with another 5 minutes allowed for questions from committee members. Questions shall not exceed 30 seconds in length, and no time limit for answers. Questions may be addressed to presenters in the following rotation. First, the minister sponsoring the bill. Second, a member of the official opposition. And third, an independent member. If a presenter is not in attendance when their name is called, they will be dropped to the bottom of the list. If the presenter is not in attendance when their name is called a second time, they will be removed from the presenters list. The proceedings of our meetings are recorded in order to provide a verbatim transcript. Each time someone wishes to speak, whether it be an MLA or a presenter, I first have to say the person's name, This is the signal for Hansard Recorder to turn the mics on and off. Order of presentations. On the topic of determining the order of public presentations, I will note that we do have out-of-town presenters in attendance. With these considerations in mind, in what order does the committee wish to hear the presentations?
It'd be preferable to allow out-of-towners to go first.
Sorry,
Apologies.
Minister Sala?
Thank you. I would ask if the committee supports allowing those who are from out of town to go first to ensure that they can get home at an earlier time. Sorry? Yeah, I would recommend and seek.
Sorry, Minister Sala.
We'll figure this out. My recommendation would be for those folks who are from out of town who are here physically, that they have the opportunity to go at the front end.
Those on the committee, are we comfortable allowing out-of-town presenters in person going first? All those agreed? Okay. Thank you for your patience. We will now proceed with public presentations. I will now call Mr. Jason Weeb of Snowman Snowmobilers of Manitoba, Inc.
There's no upfront statements from.
That's after the presentation.
Mr. Jason Weeb, please proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I'm Jason Weeb, and I'm the president of Snowman Inc. I'll start with an introduction of my organization. Snowman was incorporated in 1975 and provides strong leadership and support to its 53 member clubs to develop and maintain safe and environmentally sustainable snowmobile trails to further the enjoyment of organized recreational snowmobiling throughout Manitoba. Snowman's trail network is the largest trail system of any kind in the province of Manitoba and the only user pay model. Funding from the sale of 23,000 annual snow passes is allocated to clubs based on their trail length for maintenance and kilometers groomed. In addition, Snowman allocates $100,000 a year in trail improvement funding, which is paid on a per kilometer basis. There are 13,000 kilometers of groomed trails in the province that's seen over 180,000 kilometers of grooming last year. It has been proven that the signed and groomed trails are the safest option for all riders. A recent study by the University of Guelph shows that snowmobiling is a good form of physical activity and is beneficial for one's mental health. In fact, a single day of snowmobiling can benefit your mental health for up to a week after. Our clubs maintain trails, build and maintain emergency shelters, provide equipment to groom trails, and the financial commitment is enormous. Clubs are made up of volunteers, and in addition to extensive fundraising, members donate their time to ensure Manitoba has one of the safest trail networks in Manitoba. Since preparing for this presentation, it has been noted by Minister Sala that all clear gasoline and diesel purchased in Manitoba will be temporarily exempt from the provincial tax regardless of how or where it is used. Municipalities, tourists, boaters, snowmobilers, and all other users will benefit, as quoted in the Free Press. While this is good news, Bill 3, as it currently reads, does not allow for this to become a reality. The Fuel Tax Act, Section 8, the rates of the tax are as follows: 14 cents a liter for any other fuel, does not specify on-road versus off-road vehicles. However, in Section 8.2 of Bill 3, it states, despite Section 8, the rate of tax payable for fuel purchased for use in operating a motor vehicle on a roadway may be reduced by regulation for any period beginning after the tax holiday and ending before January 1st, 2025. Section 8.2 of Bill 3 goes above and beyond by specifying motor vehicle on roadway. Section 12.2A, temporary exemption tax holiday, needs to be amended to read a motor vehicle on or off roadway. This will allow groomers and snowmobiles to fall in line with the fuel tax holiday. Our rationalization is that the extensive snowmobile trail network throughout the province comes at a substantial cost to maintain. The increasing cost of operating is having a dire impact on our clubs. Over the past 2 years alone, operating costs have risen by as much as 100%. The greatest impact on our operations being fuel and equipment, which have risen by 60%. The cost of the carbon tax alone represents an increase in 2023 of $5.34 a kilometer. That jumps to $11.52 a kilometer by 2028. Snowman, unlike other industries, is unable to pass these costs on to the consumer. Our last snowpass rate increase was in 2015, and Snowman is no longer able to fund clubs adequately to match their expenses and remain viable into the future. This in spite of seeking organizational efficiencies wherever possible. If the gas tax holiday was applied to fuel for groomers, it would help with the cost of operation and grooming the 13,000 kilometers of trail that connect Manitoba. In our opinion, it is unfair treatment and it pits different recreational activities against each other. If one family decides to go skiing, the commuter vehicle is rewarded with a fuel tax holiday. However, if another family decides to go snowmobiling, they are not getting the fuel tax holiday. Therefore, selecting a closer to home recreational option is being discriminated against, in our opinion. The impact on tourism and the benefit to rural communities. The economic impact of snowmobiling in Manitoba is over $332 million annually, and it creates 900 jobs. These numbers are from our 2013 economic impact study, and we know that our numbers today are much higher. We know that many rural businesses rely on snowmobilers to sustain their operations in the winter months when other tourism is slow. By exempting snowmobiles from the gas tax holiday, it is in turn hurting rural businesses, and some cannot exist without snowmobile traffic. In conclusion, we cannot stress the importance of this bill being amended to include ORVs, specifically snowmobiles, and our grooming equipment. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jason Wiebe, and congratulations on being our inaugural presenter for this session. Thank you for that presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Minister Sala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wiebe, for your presentation. And I want to thank you off the top for all you're doing to support Manitobans and their ability to get outdoors and enjoy our beautiful province, and for all of your volunteerism efforts. I appreciate what you've shared here very much tonight. And you noted at the top of your presentation, but I just want to be clear for you here tonight, this bill does not exclude snowmobilers. This bill will ensure that if a snowmobiler goes to the pump, they fill up their snowmobile, they will benefit from that same 14-cent per liter reduction, and that's great news from Manitobans in every corner of this province.
Mr. Wiebe.
Yes, you said snowmobiles. Will it apply to the diesel fuel for our groomers as well?
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation, but also thank you very much for the work you and your organization do. I've had the pleasure of getting out on the trails. They are beautiful, they are immaculate, they are a ton of fun. My neck hurt for a few days afterwards, jumping up and down, but it was one of the best weekends I've ever had. I look forward to getting out there again. So thank you and your organization for all you do. You mentioned the economic impact of what Snowman has brought to the province, 332 million, 900 jobs, and that's 2013. Do you think that if this gas tax was applied uniformly across and you had the savings, that this would further increase or bolster the tourism spend and industry here in the province?
Mr. Wiebe.
Yes, absolutely. Anytime our snowmobilers can save a few dollars, we always say snowmobilers travel with their wallets. So whatever money they don't spend at the fuel pumps is going to go directly into restaurants, hotels, direct and indirect impacts to industry.
Thank you. Ms. Lamoureux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Wiebe, for your presentation as well. You spoke a little bit about how this legislation could pit recreational activities against one another. We've had a lot of debate on this so far, but it's the first I hear of that. Could you speak a little bit more to that and just how that could affect Manitobans at large?
Mr. Wiebe.
Yes, depending on which form of recreation you choose. If you were to choose a form where, say, you traveled a long distance in a car and you filled your car with gasoline, that recreational activity would benefit from the fuel tax holiday. Whereas presently, as the bill is worded, if you chose an off-road form of recreation, you would not benefit from the fuel tax holiday.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In your presentation, you state here that you quote Minister Sala as saying that this would apply for snowmobiles, boaters, and the Winnipeg Free Press, and yet you go on to talk about in the Act in Section 8 that will not be the case according to the way the current bill is written right now. So, what would you look for the minister in this bill? I mean, the newspaper is one thing, and then legislation is one thing else in the bill. So, what would you like to see in this bill to give you peace that you are actually, your organization and your snowmobilers are protected?
Mr. Wiebe?
Yeah, I guess we would look for section 12.2A to be amended to read motor vehicle on or off roadway. That amendment would clean this up nicely.
MLA Lamoureux, do you have another question? No? Okay. MLA Khan?
So just what I'm reading, what I'm hearing from you, just want to make sure that when you say section 12.2A, you don't believe the way the current clause is written is that you are covered, or your organization, your snowmobilers are currently covered in this clause the way it's currently written. So you'd like to see amendments to that.
Sorry, Mr. Wiebe.
Yes, that is correct. I can appreciate Minister Sala's comments that this does apply, but until it's written down, we would like to see it in writing to believe it.
MLA Khan?
So I believe I have to cede the floor to my counterpart here for him to ask a question, or I have to give him the question? He's on there. Yeah, so
Mr. Bereza?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiebe, for coming tonight. You mentioned in here if the gas tax holiday was applied to fuel for groomers, it would be with the cost of operation and grooming 13,000 trails throughout Manitoba. Do you believe that if this isn't amended, that it would affect the $332 million and create almost 900 jobs? Do you think it would have an effect on that?
The time has expired. Is there leave for Mr. Wiebe to answer the question? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Wiebe?
Yes, it would definitely affect the spend. It would affect the way the spend is. So more money into tax and less money into other things. Rural economic development, businesses, restaurants, hotels, all of those other businesses that could benefit.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. I'd like to call Mr. Cam Dahl. Mr. Dahl, please proceed with your presentation.
First, I'd like to congratulate you, Chair, on your hard-fought election to the position. It is an important role, so congratulations. My name is Cam Dahl. I'm the General Manager of Manitoba Port Council, and I'm here speaking on behalf of an ad hoc coalition that came together to look at Bill 3 through a rural lens. Coalition partners included the Keystone Agriculture Producers, Manitoba Beef Producers, and the Canadian Propane Association, who you're going to hear from in a little bit. I would like to begin by thanking you all for the time to be able to speak to you today. And I would additionally like to thank Minister Sala and Minister Kostyshin and their teams for meeting with us yesterday. We appreciate your time and your openness to seeking feedback. Working together, we believe, is the key to our mutual success and the success of all Manitobans. We would like to commend the initiative behind Bill 3. It has the potential to generate a very positive impact on farmers and our rural communities. We do have some tweaks to suggest. The positive impacts of Bill 3 would be increased with the inclusion of propane and dyed gasolines in the list of eligible fuels for tax exemption. And we request that this be considered as the committee goes through clause by clause. My focus for the rest of the presentation will be on the inclusion of marked gasoline, also known as dyed gas or purple fuel. Fuel costs are one of the the largest components of farmers' cost bills, and of course has a direct impact on their bottom line. Using Manitoba Agriculture's cost production models, some annual estimates are of about $330,000 for gas and diesel fuel for grains and oilseed farm of about 7,000 acres, $12,000 for gas and diesel fuel for a 300 head cow-calf operation. So it's a significant number. Currently, dyed gas has a 3 cent per liter fuel tax. As Bill 3 is written, dyed gas is not included under the list of exempt fuels for the fuel tax holidays. Thus, meaning farmers will still be paying throughout the time that the provisions of Bill 3 are in effect. I've had some in the media ask, why don't farmers simply move to purchasing regular gasoline? Governments of all levels have chosen to reduce the tax burden on fuel used for farming operations for a number of reasons. One is to support agriculture production, which of course you all know is a key driver of Manitoba's economy as well as the Canadian economy. And another reason for these exemptions is because farmers sell into international marketplaces where competing commodities from other countries do not face the same taxes, such as the cost on carbon. Recognizing these points, the Government of Canada has chosen to exempt gas and diesel fuel used in farming operations from the price of carbon. As of January 1st, this price will be 17.6 cents per liter. So shifting to clear gasoline will mean that farmers would save the 14 cents a liter from the provisions of this bill, but in turn they would be incurring the costs of the federal carbon tax. So there would be an increase in that regard. Including dyed gas or purple gas would send a very strong signal to farmers that the Government of Manitoba has actively considered their operating conditions when drafting the legislation. Just to quickly summarize, and you'll hear from the Propane Association shortly, the collective ask from our partner groups is for the committee to amend Bill 3 to include dyed gas and propane as exempted fuels. The inclusion of these two fuel types would showcase Manitoba's comprehensive consideration of diverse fuel types and their multifaceted applications in line with the bill's intent. Thank you all again for your time. I look forward to your questions, and thank you for this legislation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dahl. The Honourable Minister Sala.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the presentation, Cam. It's good to see you. I want to thank you at the top here for all the work you do in support of pork producers in this province, and I know how incredibly important pork producers are to a lot of our communities across Manitoba, so thank you for the work you do, the good work you do. You did mention the positive impacts that we expect that this bill will have on farm families. Hoping you can just elaborate on that a bit.
Well, it's
Mr. Dahl. It's all good. We're getting used to the mics.
Out of practice as well. Just like all Manitobans, fuel is a considerable cost to rural communities and members of rural communities, whether they're going to their farm or coming into the city. It's a considerable cost, and the 14-cent tax holiday is going to be something that, again, as has been mentioned around the committee here already, will free up scarce resources in a time when inflation has really eaten into disposable income. So the benefits that we see throughout Manitoba are also going to be experienced by rural citizens, and in fact more because they probably drive a lot more. I know I do.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Cam, for coming out and all the work you do in this province and all your counterparts and how much you guys provide and contribute to a growing and booming Manitoba. We want to keep that going. In regards to the specific bill here, you mentioned fuel costs is one of the largest costs. And Bill, I'm sure you've looked at it. In 12.2, it talks about the temporary exemptions, motor vehicles, and a farm truck. But I imagine with the industry you're in, a lot of fuel is used. propane, diesel, gasoline. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on that and the savings that would add to that equipment, which is now exempt from the law, the bill here. So what are your recommendations on that and thoughts on providing those tax exemptions for various different types of fuel?
I'll just remind all members that you have 30 seconds to ask your question. Your time has expired. Yeah. Mr. Dahl.
Thank you for the question. And so first off, diesel fuel is farm diesel fuel or dyed diesel fuel, purple diesel fuel, whatever you want to call it, is exempt. So we're talking about marked or dyed gasoline, and there is that 3 cents a liter that would be a savings. And today, if you buy purple gasoline, the price is it's just under $1.18. It's 1179 is my average that I came up with this afternoon. So the savings would be about that 3 cents a liter is about 2.5% of the price of purple gasoline today.
MLA Lamoureux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Dahl, for your presentation and for the consultation that you did. Do you believe that this bill should still pass and go through the House and become legislation if the suggested amendment is not put forward? Is it still a good bill?
Mr. Dahl.
That's a very good question, yes.
MLA Khan.
I'll cede to my counterpart here for a question, MLA Bariza.
Thanks so much. Thanks very
Sorry, MLA Bariza. Yeah.
Thanks very much for coming out tonight, Cam. Appreciate your presentation here. When you said, and again, being in the agriculture business a number of years as well too, you said that, again, a lot of our grain is exported, and that, do you feel that with this bill not going through as you've asked for the amendments on, would it affect our exported grain?
Mr. Dahl.
I think from my perspective, what the bill proposes is a positive change, and we would still see some impact of those positive changes on farming operations. Again, it's for the price of purple gasoline, it is about 2.5% is that 3 cents a liter. So yes, the bill will have a positive impact, but that will be a little bit more if the dyed gasoline is also included.
Just checking MLA Lamoureux. You're good. MLA Khan.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that the 3 cents in the dyed gasoline, but according to the way the bill is written now, if a farmer was to switch from a dyed gasoline to a clear gasoline, they would then,
sorry, I just have, time has expired. Is there leave for MLA Khan to finish his question?
Leave, it's fine.
Okay. MLA Khan.
Thank you to everyone for allowing me leave. But January 1st is 17.6 carbon tax, cents of the carbon tax. So if the farmer chooses to go clear gasoline, are they not then giving up the 17.6 cents in federal carbon tax for the 3 cent savings on the clear gasoline that they could save? So 17.6.
Mr. Dahl.
They would be hit with the federal price on carbon.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll now call Michael Shaw. Thank you for coming out. Michael Shaw, please proceed with your presentation.
Hi, my name is Michael Shaw. I'm from the faculty at Biological Sciences at the University of Manitoba, and I'm here to speak against the bill. We are in a climate crisis. I was very hopeful when this new government formed that they were going to make data and policy decisions that were based on the science. They weren't going to hold back from safe injection and those sorts of things. They were actually going to do where public policy should be going based on the data. And to have this bill out in front of us when I walked here from my car in this shirt in the last week of November, and we know that the South Pacific will be making this another hot and dry winter here in Manitoba, reducing that tax as a short-term measure, we have two crises. There is an affordability crisis. There were ways that this government could have tackled affordability crisis that didn't contribute more to climate change. Subsidies, reduced prices for Winnipeg Transit would have gotten more people onto the transit buses and would have reduced Manitoba's carbon footprint. There are other options out there that policy experts would have told you about. So addressing affordability by exacerbating the climate crisis is not good public policy, and I would encourage this bill not to go forward. It's going to, but it's only going to help those people who drive cars. We heard earlier from some of the speakers about how it would pit people against different people. There's nothing in this bill for people like myself who take the bus down Pembina Highway to go to work every day. There's nothing in it for my affordability. There's nothing in it for the thousands of Manitobans who use public transit rather than take a car, a personal automobile every day. There's nothing in it for them to address that. There's transit opportunities in Brandon for public transportation to become better in Brandon. So there were lots of ways that affordability could have been used, and to use affordability by reducing the tax. And then the first two presenters want even greater exemptions to the tax. We know that pricing on things is the #1 way to discourage people from using those things. We have had great public policy on smoking. How did we achieve that? By making a pack of cigarettes way more expensive. We know that the best way to change behavior from a governmental standpoint and from a public policy standpoint is through price points. And if we are going to get ahead here in Manitoba from the climate standpoint, making gasoline cheaper is not the solution. We also know, I've lived in other jurisdictions that have given tax holidays. Oftentimes what happens is your $1.45 liter gasoline is $1.45 the next day, and Co-op, I'm a member, that's fine. But you know, ExxonMobil or Petro-Canada or whoever just swallows up that 14%. And your 14% doesn't go to the Manitobans. Your 14% goes to the gasoline commodity purchasers and providers. So it's, you know, I'm hopeful that the new government will be the difference in terms of listening to public policy, but this very first bill is not good public policy, and I hope it would be withdrawn. I don't think that's going to happen, but I was complaining to my long-suffering partner, and she said, don't complain to me, sign up and go to the committee meetings and complain at the committee meetings. So that's why I'm here tonight, and that's what I have to say. It's not good public policy, and I hope it will get better, but that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Minister Sala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shaw, for being here and for being part of this public process. It's great that you took time to present and share your thoughts and concerns. I do just want to say that as it relates to climate change, we share your deep concern about climate change as the Manitoba NDP. And one thing that I'm very proud of is that we've brought forward policies that will help to electrify home heating through a geothermal program, which we focused on. And we've also committed to EV rebates to help electrify transportation. That forms about 60-65% of emissions in this province. So you can see that our party is committed to moving forward on initiatives that will help to reduce carbon emissions in this province while we bring affordability relief for Manitobans. I really appreciate your presentation, and I want to thank you for your time.
Michael.
Response to that. Rebates on electrical vehicles do not help the poorest Manitobans. The cheapest electrical vehicle out there, even with your rebates, is in the $50K plus category. That doesn't help with affordability. That helps with the people that can afford fancy new cars. But the climate crisis is real. And you'll hear people say, well, what can Manitoba do on that? Well, one thing we can do is not increase the driver for people to burn more gasoline. And this bill, I don't think most of the 14% is going to be passed on to the consumer anyway, but if it was, it's not getting people to drive their cars more, not a solution to climate change.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw, for your presentation today. And climate change is very, very important. Of those who have young families or living in Manitoba, even if you don't have kids, climate change is ever important these days and for the future. You mentioned, public transportation, pitting Manitoba and people against people. We've said Manitoba against Manitoban with this very specific to cars. $370 million a year is roughly budgeted for this in the tax. What do you think how much of that money would you think could have gone into public transportation to make a difference? What are your thoughts around that $370 million for this tax affordability bill?
Michael.
That level of funding is something that is split between places like Brandon and Manitoba could make public transit $1 a ride rather than the over $3 a ride it is now, and get ridership up. We know from other jurisdictions around the world that the number one way that a city can make itself have a lower carbon footprint outside of home heating is by greater access to public transportation and active transportation. So take your $375 million, if that was the number, put it into completing the Winnipeg bus system in terms of the dedicated routes out into the east part of the city, make more active transportation routes for cyclists. All of those sorts of things would have, and those are permanent changes. Those sorts of infrastructure changes are permanent changes as opposed to a one-time tax holiday. So if we could spend those sorts of funds on better Winnipeg transit, the long-term affordability, and just lower climate, more active society, win-win-win.
MLA Lamoureux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Shaw, for your presentation. I really, really appreciated how you sort of broke it up into two different issues. It's an issue of affordability, and it's an issue of environmentalism here in the province of Manitoba. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to, do you feel that this bill could be a step backwards for fighting climate change in Manitoba?
Michael Shaw.
Spent most of my time saying, this bill does do that. Again, the federal government has badly mishandled it more recently, but we do know from other jurisdictions that pricing carbon is the most effective way to reduce people's utilization of carbon. And this is reducing the cost of carbon, which is exactly the wrong message to send.
MLA Barrera. Barisa, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. I appreciate your comments. Question I have to you, and you mentioned about the big oil companies and them not putting the dollars back into, or the 14% being absorbed by them, and the consumer not gaining anything by this. Do you have any evidence of that, or what would your idea to amend the policies on this? You mentioned that you think it's going to go through. How would you amend this?
Michael Shaw.
That's a tough question because it's got a premise that I don't agree with at the very beginning. But if the bill had a mechanism that required that, but then you're having government, you're no longer having a free market in terms of gasoline, and
Sorry,
how do you
time has
enforce?
expired. Is there leave for him to finish? Okay, there's leave. Michael Shaw.
It's a 14% reduction. It seems very problematic to the mechanism to enforce a 14% reduction in all of the petroleum stations across the province would likely cost about $375 million a year, just as a rough example. So it's probably not the most efficient way to do it. But again, thank you all very much for your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Michael Shaw. MLA Khan.
Before the next presenter, because I'd like to ask for leave for a 5-minute recess. I suffer from ulcerative Crohn's disease, and sometimes that kicks in when the disease is acting up.
Is there leave for a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, leave granted.
The committee is now recessed.
The committee is now recessed for 5 minutes. Order, the committee is back in session. Our next presenter is Mr. Josh Brandon. We would invite him to join the meeting and turn his video and mic on. Okay, Mr. Josh Brandon, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. This is the first time I've had a chance to appear before you since the election. And so I'd like to take a moment to congratulate you all on your success and recognize the important trust your constituents have given you to make important decisions on behalf of all Manitobans. I'd like to present some comments regarding Bill 3, the Fuel Tax Amendment Act. I'm here representing Social Planning Council of Winnipeg. We are a community organization that has been working towards a more caring, socially equitable, and environmentally sustainable city and province for more than 100 years. This bill will provide a tax holiday of up to 6 months on eligible fuel for motor vehicles. And I recognize that the government is seeking to provide affordability relief to Manitobans. And this is an important issue for us at the Social Planning Council. We work closely with communities and organizations involved in the fight against poverty. And it's from this perspective that I offer my remarks this evening. Affordability is a key issue for all Manitobans. And we've all been seeing the pressures of high inflation and increased costs over the past few years. But I'd like to note that these cost increases have been especially acute for those in low income, Manitobans in poverty. And just for example of that, if you look at the market basket measure of poverty, that has increased between 2020 and 2022 alone. That level increased 12.1%. So that's the basket of goods that people in low income need just to get by. And so that's even higher than the general rate of inflation. One of the reports that we are involved in producing each year is the Campaign 2000 Child and Family Report Card. And each year that I've been involved in the project, we've unfortunately shown that Manitoba is the province with the highest rates of child and family poverty, with over 1 in 4 children living in poverty. Our recent report showed a correlation between child poverty and health effects. The results are stark. Children growing up in poverty are more likely to face poverty-related illness, as well as lower preparedness for education, higher rates of infant mortality, and moreover, children in low-income neighborhoods have higher rates of suicide. This is preventable, but we need to dedicate the resources towards ending poverty and especially towards ending child poverty. So my concern about the measure being put forward today is the lost revenue that will come from the gas holiday. A recent report by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives released just this week showed there's been over $1.6 billion in lost revenue since 2016 due to tax cuts. And this cuts the funding available for our social priorities. The foregone revenue means that the province will be less able to fund the revenue needed to address important priorities. Last winter, the coalition Make Poverty History Manitoba conducted consultations among low-income communities about what is most needed around affordability. We asked Manitobans, what are the priorities that will most affect the people in the deepest poverty, especially looking at the intersection between poverty and racialized communities, Indigenous communities, children, seniors, other groups, people with disabilities, other groups that are deeply affected by poverty. And I have to say that cutting gas taxes did not come as a priority in those consultations. We came up with a list of 10 priority areas that the government should focus on, and many of you received our correspondence about this campaign during your election campaign. We talked about the need to act on the Truth and Reconciliation and Missing Murdered Indigenous Women calls to action and justice, the implementing of provincial poverty reduction legislation, transforming EIA to a basic needs benefit, advancing inclusive, equitable, and decent employment, implementing a comprehensive housing strategy, supporting education, early learning, and childcare, increasing funding for mental health care services, increasing support for restorative justice programs, increasing support for children in care and youth aging out of care, and investing in equitable public transportation. And I just want to focus on that last one a little bit because it directly relates to what we're talking about here today. Two of the ideas that came up in our consultation were that Manitoba must increase funding for the subsidized WinPass transit programs and invest in inter-community transportation. There's a need for increased support for public transportation here in Winnipeg, as well as other communities with transit systems, as well as support for people traveling between communities, especially from rural Manitoba, where people don't have a public transportation system anymore. Since the end of Greyhound, people traveling to Winnipeg for health reasons, job opportunities, and other important things. If you're low income, very few opportunities for affordable travel. I had a look at the 2021 census data most recently, and it shows that low-income communities, particularly in the inner city, where we have the highest rates of poverty, have the lowest rates of commuting by private vehicle, and will be least likely to benefit from this policy. Many areas of the inner city of Winnipeg, less than 50% of commuters drive a vehicle to work or school. And these are the areas with the highest concentration of poverty. And I'd like to note as well that this extends to other areas of the city. It's not just in the inner city. You know, I noted that in one area in St. James, which will be dear to a couple of your hearts, in the Bruce Creek area, just 58% of people are driving to work, compared to 72% citywide. So very few Manitobans as well, I just wanted to note, very few Manitobans on income assistance can even afford cars. So this policy will not meet the affordability needs of those who are in deepest poverty and in most need of affordability relief. A couple of suggestions that I have to make the bill more equitable and in line with the province's obligation to reduce poverty. I'd like to suggest a couple of additional measures that would be targeted to those most in need of economic support. And so we could look at funding a 6-month pilot program for free transit in Winnipeg and other communities. We could look at establishing an intercity provincial transportation service to service rural Manitoba, in line with the policy priorities that we laid out at Make Poverty History Manitoba. And also, we need to look at implementing a transportation benefit for recipients on EIA. I know that some people on EIA have, as part of their budget, a transportation allowance to help pay for a bus pass, but that needs to be a universal benefit. All Manitobans need transportation that they can afford, and so that should be a universal program and a universal benefit. Thank you very much for your time today, and I hope you'll consider these suggestions seriously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brandon. Honorable Minister Salem.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Josh, for bringing comments in your presentation tonight. And thank you for all the important work you do in support of low-income Manitobans. You've been doing advocacy work for years, and that work is greatly appreciated. I appreciate your comments that you've offered here tonight. And, you know, we've been clear about this, that this is really about supporting all Manitobans who are driving right now, who are challenged with these very high prices that they've been paying at the pump, and have been really getting hammered for years and haven't been getting help from the previous government. We're proud to bring this forward. Do appreciate your concerns, but we do think it's important that we do provide a break for those everyday Manitobans that are driving and need those cost savings.
Mr. Brandon, would you like to respond?
Well, as I said in my comments, I understand that all Manitobans are feeling the pinch of affordability. Inflation has been at very high levels, but I think that we also need to recognize that there are especially grave concerns of affordability for low-income Manitobans, and this measure will not do enough to target the households that are in the greatest need.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I'll just remind all committee members you have 30 seconds to ask your questions, and I'll be a little bit more ruthless with the mic. MLA Khan.
Thank you very much. Josh, thank you very much for the work you do in your comments today. In the interest of time, I'll get right to the question. This is a fuel amendment tax holiday, but reality is an affordability bill. It's about making life more affordable for Manitobans. Do you think that the government, if they're serious about affordability for Manitobans, that there would have been a better way for them to address affordability issues here in the province of Manitoba? And what do you think those would be off the top of your head? I know you listed off some, but the best ones.
Mr. Brandon.
Yeah, I think that there's much that the province could do around affordability. We did analysis last year of some affordability measures that were put in place by the previous government, and found that the main problem with them was that they were not targeted enough to the households most in need. Similarly, with this bill, because it's a broad tax cut that affects all Manitobans who drive, it's not targeted enough to the households that are most in need. So there are specific tax initiatives that could be targeted to low-income Manitobans that would increase affordability and without as much expense. But there's also much that the province can do around rent relief, targeting programs that it has under its control around housing costs, childcare costs, and other areas.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. MLA Khan.
Thank you very much. Interesting that, affordability is top of mind here in Manitoba for everyone, and this tax bill is one way to do it. Was your group consulted with before this bill came forward, or groups like yours consulted before a bill that addresses affordability in this measure, the gas tax? But were you consulted with organizations like yours?
Mr. Brandon.
No, I believe that this announcement came up as a campaign priority or campaign commitment during the election campaign, and we weren't consulted about that during the campaign. We did have a chance during the campaign to address our concerns about that promise, as well as concerns about the need for more measures to reduce poverty in Manitoba.
Mr. Bereza.
And I'll be quick. Thank you for your advocacy work that you do. You mentioned about the most vulnerable people are affected here. The gas tax is supposed to cut roughly $250 for people that drive two vehicles. What percentage of the people that we would call most vulnerable drive vehicles?
Mr. Brandon.
Yeah, I don't know where the $250 figure comes from. I saw one figure saying that was based on a family that was driving two large trucks, F-50 trucks, 150 trucks, I think they're called. And the
sorry, Mr. Brandon, time has expired. Is there leave for him to finish? Okay, Mr. Brandon.
Yeah. So I looked at the cost of those trucks, and the new trucks are $50,000 each. So most of the families that we're working with are unlikely to have often don't even have a single vehicle, certainly don't have two vehicles, and certainly don't have two luxury vehicles. And so the problem with this taxes break is that it isn't targeted enough. And it does benefit families that have larger vehicles, often more expensive vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. We really appreciate your submission. Next up, I will call Mr. Gage Hobrick, which I believe he is online. So if he could please join the meeting and turn on his audiovisual. Okay. Mr. Hobrick, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Relief at the pumps is what Manitoba taxpayers need, and they need it permanently. I'm Gage Hobrick, and I'm here with the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. I'm here on behalf of thousands of Manitoba taxpayers who need relief for the provincial gas tax as soon as possible. Permanent relief. It's great to see the Manitoba government moving so quickly to cut the gas tax. As you know, cutting the 14 cents that the Manitoba government currently charges drivers will save them $250 over 6 months or $500 if extended the entire year. But taxpayers have 3 key points when it comes to this relief in this proposed bill. Number 1, it needs to be provided for all motor fuels, included dyed gas. 2, it needs to be permanent. And 3, it needs to be passed as swiftly as possible. So to the first point, it needs to be provided for all motor fuels. No taxpayer should be left out in the cold on this relief. It doesn't make sense to give some drivers a break at the pump and not necessarily for farmers who use dyed gas. Farmers use much more fuel to run their farms. They also need that relief. This relief also needs to be permanent. That's my most important point. Manitobans aren't just feeling the pain from high fuel prices, but also from the rest of the taxes that they are forced to pay to the provincial government. A Winnipeg family who's making $75,000 a year can expect to pay just about $7,000 in provincial taxes. If that same family was living in Regina, Calgary, Vancouver, Toronto, or Montreal, they'd be paying at least $2,000 less in taxes. If you compare strictly with Calgary, that number jumps to $4,000. That's money that those families can't use to make ends meet. The governments of Alberta, Ontario, and Newfoundland have all extended their gas tax cuts after an initial period. That's because those governments saw how much the cuts help out drivers directly with their transportation costs. Manitoba needs to follow suit and go even further, making this gas tax cut permanent. And all those provincial taxes, coupled with the federal government's plan to keep increasing the carbon tax, the pain at the pump will only become worse for drivers beyond the 6 months of this bill. When the 14 cents per liter gas tax cut is implemented, it will spare drivers from the pain of the carbon tax, but only for a moment, because as soon as April 1st, 2024 hits, drivers will again be punished for filling up their vehicles, because that's when the federal government is increasing the carbon tax on gas to 18 cents per liter. But by 2030, that number will be 37 cents per liter. This year alone, the carbon tax will cost Manitobans about $400, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and that includes the rebates. By 2030, that cost jumps to $1,500 per Manitoban. And those costs don't even include the second carbon tax that by 2030 will add about 13 cents a liter extra to the cost of gas as well. In 2030, filling up a minivan will cost $40 in carbon tax alone. Manitoba will have to do more for relief than to temporarily cut the provincial fuel tax to help Manitobans. To start with, the Manitoba government can join most of the country and the provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, and push for the federal government to scrap the carbon tax on everything for everyone. And it also needs to be passed as swiftly as possible. That's my third point. Manitobans don't just need relief when the government gets around to it. They need it right now. Manitobans can't put a pause on driving to get to work, driving to the grocery store, or taking their kids to hockey practice. Gas tax relief is a good first step to make life affordable for Manitobans, but the Manitoba government also needs to oppose the federal carbon tax that is driving up the costs at the pump. Nearly 70% of people say they are paying much more now on essentials than they were a year ago. Almost half say they are $200 away from being unable to pay their bills. All the while, more and more people are turning to food banks to feed their families. More tax relief needs to become soon, and it needs to be permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook. Honorable Minister Sala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holbrook, for your presentation. Greatly appreciate you taking time to be with us tonight. I want to say that our government agrees with you that we need to reduce the cost at the pump for Manitobans, and we need to do that swiftly. And that's exactly why we've prioritized bringing this bill forward, to bring Manitobans those savings. So we do appreciate that you are in alignment with that. And I do want to state, the only question I think here is whether or not the opposition will be willing to help this go through quickly. So we are hopeful that they will support it and that we'll be able to bring these savings to Manitobans starting January 1st.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Holbrook?
Sure. Yeah, I think that that's definitely great. We're definitely supportive of this move to save people money at the pumps. But what we're looking for is some assured relief that assuredness that the relief is going to continue beyond the 6 months, because that carbon tax is going to be jacked up and the prices of the pumps are going to go even higher.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, and thank you, Gage. To the minister's point, he's right. He's 1/3 of the way there. We want to get this done for affordability for Manitobans, but the other 2/3 permanent and on all fuels. We've called for those amendments as well. Let's make it permanent. Let's get it on all fuels, and let's get this done for affordability for all Manitobans. So I know you've already mentioned that, but maybe you can reiterate your stance on those 3 points that we've brought forward as amendments. What are your take on those 3? And if the minister wants to discuss affordability for Manitobans, then let's get it done.
Mr. Holbrook.
Oh, sorry. I think you are definitely right on that. The first point does need to provide for all motor fuels. Farmers are the ones who feed Manitobans 3 meals a day. It makes no sense to exclude them from relief, as well as other drivers. But the most important point, again, to hammer home is that it needs to be permanent. There seems to be no end in sight for high gas prices. So a 6-month break is only it's not going to get the full relief that people need for the long times they're going to be driving. They're not going to stop driving after 6 months. So we need this relief to be permanent. And we need to be done as fast as possible because like I said, tomorrow Manitobans have to get up and drive to work. They can't stop doing that until they get this fuel tax holiday. So that needs to be done as soon as possible.
Thank you. MLA Khan.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we're in agreement on that. So let's get this done for affordability for Manitobans. You mentioned the carbon tax and how much that's going to go up to 18 cents and then in the near future 30 cents and onwards. And the carbon tax is affecting everything and affordability measures. So do you think cutting the carbon tax would have a greater benefit on affordability or cutting this 14 cents on the gas tax? What's your stance on that?
Mr. Holbrook.
Oh, sorry. So I don't think that too much tax relief is ever a problem. In an ideal world, we would like to cut both. So what we like to see here is that the government moves forward in cutting this 14 cents per liter gas tax, but then the clock starts when the carbon tax is going to be higher than that gas tax cut. So the Manitoba government needs to come out and demand that the federal government scraps it to actually save Manitobans money at the pump and not simply try and make excuses for what Ottawa is doing.
MLA Khan.
So how would you word an amendment if you want to see an amendment coming forward for this bill here when it comes to the gas tax? I know you mentioned permanently. I know you mentioned died already. Carbon tax, a combination of thereof. What would you think would be the best way to amend this going forward if affordability was really a top of mind for this bill for Manitobans?
Mr. Holbrook.
Well, I mean, I'll leave the specific wording to the legislators who are expert in that, but the fact of the matter is that the gas tax needs to be gone for good. Gas prices have never been higher, and they'll continue. They seem like they're going to continue to stay high. Inflation isn't usually something that goes the other direction. So as long as Manitobans have to drive cars and pay gas, they shouldn't have to be paying a gas tax on that.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you, Mr. Holbrook. Once again, about the carbon tax, what type of an effect do you think it's having on Manitoba farmers?
Mr. Holbrook.
Oh, the carbon tax as a whole is hurting Manitoba farmers and farmers all across the country. For example, I've talked to chicken farmers here where I'm from, and it's getting cold outside, and they have to heat their barns. So we're getting huge gas bills to heat those barns, and it's only going up as it gets colder. So scrapping the carbon tax would provide affordability in so many other different ways, because as you know, it's not applied to just gasoline, but also natural gas, propane, and everything else. So getting that scrapped would go a long way to help affordability for Manitobans.
And time has expired. Thank you for your presentation. And next up, we have Mr. Christopher Crawford, who is virtual. So if you could join the meeting and turn on your audio visual, please. Okay, Mr. Crawford, you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate the time. So just following up on what Mr. Dahl said earlier this evening, the Canadian Propane Association with coalition partners has a coalition of partners with Keystone Agriculture Producers, the Manitoba Pork Council, and the Manitoba Beef Producers. And as we've said, we support the premise of we support the bill, and we just want there's some amendments that we would like to see going forward. Just so everyone knows, the Canadian Propane Association is a national association with 400 member companies that represent all facets of the propane industry, from large producers to family-owned operations, including those in Manitoba. Propane has been in existence as a fuel source for well over 100 years. For a fuel that is so well known, however, propane is not very well understood, including its use as a transportation fuel. Most people think about propane for the cottage or for the barbecue, but don't think about it for powering or fueling automotive vehicles. However, people who operate farms, drive a courier vehicle such as UPS or a school bus in the Brandon School Division are very familiar with propane as an important transportation fuel. Propane is subject to a 3-cent per liter fuel tax in the province of Manitoba. Propane is used in many automotive settings, which include school bus fleets, and across Canada, there are about 96,000 propane vehicles on the road and approximately 800 retail fuel outlets across the country. Natural Resources Canada reports that there are about 50 propane fueling stations across the province of Manitoba. Just so everyone knows, there's a different nozzle mechanism to fill propane vehicles versus a small cylinder. So that would be used for a barbecue or patio fireplace, which should address the concerns raised with respect to using auto propane for non-automotive purposes. Propane in automotive applications also has a lower carbon footprint than gasoline, up to 26% less life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, and up to 98% less particle matter than diesel fueled vehicles. And our requests, just to keep this nice and short, our request from the Manitoba legislature is to add propane as a list of fuels in Bill 3. And that's my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. The Honourable Minister Sala.
I want to thank you, Chris, for the presentation and for the information. And I also want to thank you for the good meeting that we were able to have yesterday with yourself and others from CAP. And it was a great discussion. Appreciate your support for the bill. And again, thank you for making time for the committee tonight.
Mr. Crawford, would you like to respond?
No, just as a thank you to the minister for his time yesterday as well.
Mr. Berezar.
Thank you so much. Mr. Crawford, thank you so much for your presentation this evening. You mentioned about the Brandon School Division switching over to propane vehicles. What will be the cost of savings versus gasoline? What would they be saving on their fleet?
Mr. Crawford.
But I can definitely provide that to the committee. I just don't have that number offhand right now, but I can get that over to you or through the chair.
That's great. MLA Khan.
Well, I guess one. Okay, sorry. You mentioned the environment and the effects that propane has. Environment that propane is a much cleaner gas or fuel than traditional fuel. If this government's serious about environment concerns as they claim to be, wouldn't it make sense to have propane on this if propane burns cleaner?
Mr. Crawford.
Yeah, sorry, I jumped the gun. Just wanted to, so we were looking to get this added added to the list of fuels, just to make the bill more encompassing of all types of fuel. Natural gas, diesel, and gas were included as a list of fuels. We're just asking for propane to be included because we often get it's the fuel often gets forgotten. It's not just in the province of Manitoba, but in other jurisdictions that have done similar gas holidays.
MLA Khan.
When it comes to an affordability measure on the tax amendment as we're bringing forward, or as the government's bringing forward here today, if we're looking at affordability measures, would it make sense to have propane added to this list for the cost of, let's say, grain drying for farmers and other operations? How proportional, I guess, the usage of propane farmers for equipment and the cost and affordability that would impact they would have on them?
Mr. Crawford.
Oh, sorry. So I understand the purpose of this bill is just for the road automotive use and road tax, but our association has been pretty adamant about getting C-234 passed by the Senate and federally. So we'd like to see that relief for farmers that use propane for grain drying and for heating their barns.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you for your time, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the list of presenters I have before me. We will now proceed with clause by clause of Bill 3. Does the minister responsible for Bill 3 have any opening statements?
Sure.
Minister Sattler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to everyone for being here tonight to talk about this important bill. And I want to thank as well all the presenters who made time tonight to be part of this process. This is a unique process we have in Manitoba where the public can participate and offer comments. And that's something that we want to honor. And it's great that folks took time to share their concerns tonight. For many years in this province, Manitobans struggled with affordability challenges and a government that really was not concerned or did not demonstrate any concern or willingness to take action. But things have changed, and Manitobans elected our government into the legislature to help make life more affordable. That was one of the key things I think that led to us being elected, is people in this province feeling like they really weren't being listened to for many years. So we're really proud to have brought this bill forward. This is an important measure for families that are struggling with inflation, higher prices at the pump for years, and this will make a big difference for families. And so, really hopeful that the opposition recognizes the importance of this, that they're willing to support it, and to make sure that Manitobans can get this benefit starting on January 1st. And ultimately, that will be up to them if they want to ensure that Manitobans can get that benefit. We're hopeful they will support. And I do want to highlight again, tonight we heard some good presentations. It was, again, greatly appreciated, and the insights were helpful. But we do want to, I do want to take this opportunity to again state that this measure will help Manitobans in every corner of this province, especially those families living in rural and northern communities, and especially the families of farmers who live in our rural communities, who have long distances to commute to work, to school. This will really provide great benefits to the families of those farmers and producers in this province, as we've heard tonight unequivocally from Mr. Dahl. So, I do want to just wrap by saying, again, I want to encourage the opposition to support this measure, to embrace this measure, to see the value it's going to provide to Manitobans. And I also want to just take a second to thank our team in the Department of Finance for their work in developing the bill and helping to move this important initiative forward. So with that, I thank the committee.
And we thank the minister. Does the critic from the official opposition have an opening statement? MLA Khan.
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the minister for his remarks and bringing this bill forward. And thank you to all the presenters that came out tonight virtually or in person or drove in. And thank you for all the great work you do in making Manitoba better, whether it be from a tourism aspect, from an agriculture aspect, from a social services impact here in Manitoba. Thank you all for the great work you're doing. it's really, I guess, frustrating or upsetting to sit here and listen to the talk of, previous government did this and this, and they didn't do this, and they could have done this. And, when people in this room know that this government made historic investments in affordability. I mean, it's well known. Average Manitobans received $5,500 in affordability measures. It's well known. It's also known that this bill is being brought forward to help with tax at the fuel pump. That's true. We don't deny that. On this side of the house, we're in favor of tax cuts. We're in favor of making life more affordable for Manitobans. I've said it over a dozen times, 20 probably times in the House, in the media, on social media for those who follow. We want affordability measures. We stand for lower taxes. Previous government was the one that personal tax exemptions, the tax brackets, to affordability checks were sent out, along with many other measures were done along the way. It's well documented, but we're here today talking about this tax bill. So we want to go back and say that the previous government didn't do anything. We all know that's not the case. The previous government did a lot of work to make life more affordable for Manitobans, historic investments, and we all know that. Now, when it comes to this bill specifically, we heard from Speaker time in and time again, and we've heard in the House, and we've seen the commentary, that this bill does not include all Manitobans. It's clear. It's clear as day. If we can read this bill, and we'll have an opportunity to go through it clause by clause, and I'm really looking forward to that. And taking some of the comments that the speakers brought forward today, this bill does not take into account all Manitobans. We know it doesn't. The language is not inclusive of everyone. The language is not inclusive of farm vehicles, off-roading vehicles, fisheries, fishermen. I mean, I can go on and on about what's not. I really look forward to doing it in the clause section, but we're advocating for an affordability measure for all Manitobans. Mm-hmm. I don't know why we're not open to, I really hope the minister is open to some amendments after today. That's our job as the opposition, is to hold the government accountable to Manitobans. And I think we're going to do that. And hopefully we'll be successful tonight with the presenters we've had tonight, that making this bill with amendments that we've heard from presenters, we've heard in the House, if this bill is about affordability, and the minister has said it time in and time out again, we've heard it from his leader, the premier, then let's make it affordable. Ability measures. Minister's on the record saying that inflation, cost of living, gas will not go down in the next 6 months. Paraphrasing, sorry. That it won't go down in the next 6 months. Cost of living's not. So if we know that, then why aren't we making real affordability measures? Why are we not moving this forward to an indefinite or a permanent timeline? Or tying it along with inflation? Or cost of living, or the carbon tax. I mean, there's many mechanisms to do this, but to do a 6-month pause on this when on April 1st, the carbon tax is going to go up to, I believe, 18 cents, what's the point? Now, again, on this side, we are in favor of affordability measures and lower taxes. We've done it time in and time out again. But it has to be a measure that includes all Manitobans. We can't pick and choose who's going to benefit from this. We've heard from speakers say that the hardest hit people in these affordability measures are people on lower income. And yet this bill completely leaves them out of it. And then, the commentary from the other side is, well, this is a tax bill. It's for roads. It's about transportation. Well, is it about roads and gas tax, or is it about affordability? Because if it's about affordability, there's lots of ways in which this can get done. If it's about roads, that's different. If it's about gas tax, and this is specifically the gas tax, then call it the gas tax then, and talk about gas tax. But if you want to talk about affordability measures and what is being done for affordability measures, affordability affects all Manitobans. Everyone, whether you drive a car, electric car, you take the transit, you're a farmer, you're a fisherman, it affects everyone. We need to look at amendments to this bill to encompass everyone. The minister may say, oh, you know, snowman, you're allowed, and ATVs, you're allowed, and boats you can pull up. The bill clearly states they are not. The bill clearly states they are not. And we're going to go through line by line on this. But when the bill specifically says a motor vehicle on a roadway, I don't know how a boat is a motor vehicle on a roadway. I don't know how a farmer's combine is a farm truck. And we'll go through this, but we need to look at affordability. We need to amend this. We're saying, let's amend this. Let's make this better for all Manitobans. This is what we want. This is what the minister has gone on the record saying. This is what the premier has gone on the record saying. And this is what I myself as a finance critic, I'm saying. We want affordability measures for all Manitobans. Well, let's make it for all Manitobans. Let's get this permanent. Let's make this 6 months from now. It does good in the short term, but 6 months when the carbon tax is going to go to 18 cents and they're going to get hit with a 14-cent provincial gas tax. What are we talking about? Are we really talking about affordability measures and we're going to have that happen to Manitobans in 6 months from now? Permanent. They've called for permanent. Dyed gas. Dyed gas is clearly left off this bill. Now, I know this bill was rushed forward. They ran on this in the campaign. They should have had time to do their due diligence and understand what dyed gas is, but it's obvious they didn't. And they maybe never heard of dyed gas before it was brought up in the House, but dyed gas is what farmers use. 3 cents is what they pay. So that's great. They save 11 cents on that. So instead of paying 14, they pay 3. But they also save the carbon tax, which is 14 cents. So now they're saving 25 cents. And the minister proposes in the newspaper yesterday, well, the farmers can just switch to clear gasoline. Well, sure, they can, but they're going to pay 11 cents more. And come April 1st, they're going to pay 15 cents more. And the next time the carbon tax goes, they're going to pay 20 plus cents more and 30 cents plus more. So why would they do it? It doesn't make sense. Amend the act to allow a further reduction of the dyed gas. Not rocket science. We're sitting here, we're elected officials to help Manitobans make it life more affordable. I understand there is, different parties and different views on this, but when it comes to affordability measures, if we're talking about affordability measures, we're not talking about a road, as has been alluded to, was the purpose is about roads. It's not about roads, it's about affordability. We want affordability for all Manitobans. Agreed. Well, let's do it. How do we do it? We make it permanent. We include all gases. We help out the farmers who are being squeezed day in and day out because of the carbon tax and cost of labor and food costs. We help them out with their grain drying. We help them out with their farm equipment. We add propane to the list. It's not hard amendments. There are a lot of qualified people in this building, in this province, that have been elected to make these changes. And we're merely saying, let's make these changes to amend this bill so that it is representative of all Manitobans. We've heard it from the speakers. You've heard it from our side. You've probably heard it from your own colleagues. I understand this was rushed forward. I understand it's the first bill by the government. First bill. They had to get it out. It's a complicated bill. You've realized that there were some mistakes in here, so let's fix the mistakes. That's why you have the opposition here. Our job is to hold you accountable. So this is what we're doing. We're making this bill better for all Manitobans. Again, I want to thank the presenters for all coming out tonight and having their say in it. Every one of them had a valuable insight in their industry and the people they represent. There are better ways to do this. We need to look at that. We need to look at how we can make this affordable for all Manitobans. This temporary measure does not go far enough. We know it does not go far enough. We've heard from everyone it does not go far enough. And if you look at it, just look at the surface of this bill and what it represents. It is not far enough. It's not good enough. It's not worded well enough. The government can do better. We're going to hold them to do better. Manitobans have elected us to hold them accountable to doing better. So let's do better for all Manitobans and make this a real affordability bill like they claim it is. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
We thank the member. During the consideration of a bill, the enacting clause and the title are postponed until all other clauses have been considered in their proper order. Shall clause 1 pass?
Pass.
I hear a no. The floor is open for questions. Is it you that has the question? Yeah? Yeah. So MLA Khan, if you have a question. Yeah.
So in clause 1 here, the Fuel Tax Act is amended by this act. Does the minister believe that the wording around affordability should be included in this act?
The Honorable Minister Sala.
Not quite clear on the question that's been asked here. Could the member provide more clarity on exactly what it is that he's asking?
MLA Khan. MLA Bereza.
Chair, the Fuel Tax Act, again, we're talking tonight about it being an affordability as well too. And I think that's what Manitobans want, is they want a clear indication of what we're doing. When we were elected here, and I sat with most of you that are in the room here, that we talked about wanting to work together on this as well too. And I don't think there's any doubt that, you know, affordability is important to all people that are out there. So I would suggest that we amend this by adding the word affordability in there as well.
Honorable Minister Sala.
To be clear, are the members proposing a change in the title of the bill? I'm still not, and I don't mean to be, petulant here. I'm just trying to understand what is being asked specifically.
MLA Khan.
Yeah, I think we can just move on past that. I was reading another line on that act, so I believe we can withdraw those questions, and the minister, we can leave clause 1. We allow or approve as is, I guess.
Okay, so seeing as there's no other questions, shall clause 1 pass?
Pass.
Clause 1 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 2 pass?
Pass.
No.
I hear a no. The floor is open for questions. MLA Bereza.
Under the word roadway, again, we heard presentations tonight regarding from Snowman and the cost of the economic impact that it could cost the recreation industry. We also talked to several farm groups as well as a number of different farmers on this as well too. A combine can't go to a gas station and fill up and then go to the field, do its work. Same thing with a swather or a tractor or anything like that. So I think the word roadway, if we are looking at adding in other things here, roadway is not defined properly.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, 1 second, please.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I do want to point out that you mentioned combines and the use of that type of equipment. That would use diesel fuel, marked diesel. That is already exempt from the fuel tax. So there's no, there would be no proposed changes there because they're already exempted fully from a fuel tax. To your question specifically about this section, I would say, again, we've been very clear. When we've been clear in the media, been clear in the House. If you pull up to a fuel station in Manitoba retailing clear gasoline, you will receive a 14-cent per liter reduction, regardless of whether or not you pull up with a trailer behind you, with a jerry can on it, or with some kind of an outdoor vehicle. You will still get those benefits. And so that's been crystal clear, and I don't know that we can do much more to make that any clearer. Thank you.
Just a quick reminder to the room to address all comments through the chair. MLA Khan.
Thank you very much for that reminder, Mr. Chair. To my colleague's question on the roadway definition, the Highway Traffic Act. I mean, the definition is clear on the Highway Traffic Act, and the minister, says that vehicles, ATVs, motorbikes, snowmobiles, boats, etc., will be allowed to take use of this tax act as defined on the roadway, which he alluded to in 12.2, where it says a motor vehicle on a roadway. And yet the definition of a roadway here says roadway, as this is in the Highway Traffic Act, as this department is probably well aware of, roadway means the portion of a highway that is improved, designed, or ordinarily used for vehicle or traffic. I can go on, but it pretty much just goes on and on about, shoulders of the highways, etc. That is not snowmen, that is not ATVs, that's not off-roads, that's not boats. So will the minister not address the need for an amendment in this bill to add more than just simple roadway to this, as he's clearly saying that they will be allowed to pull up? Why is it not reflected in the bill?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I appreciate the question from the member. I would just say, again, with clarity, if you're a Manitoban and you want to save money, you can pull up to the pump after January 1st once this bill's passed and save money when you purchase clear gas in Manitoba. Appreciate that the members are continuing to ask about this, but again, I'll just continue to offer the same answer. When you show up to a pump in Manitoba, if this bill passes to buy clear gas, you will save that money. So, we can talk about this 50 different ways, but again, I don't know what's not clear about what's being said here. You will save the 14 cents per liter should you guys support the passage of this bill. So we can talk about definitions all day long here. What I'm communicating is that you will save that money if you go to the gas station and buy clear gas. All Manitobans who go to that gas station will save those dollars.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me get this straight here. So the government is saying that it's okay for Manitobans to break the law. So if a Manitoban comes with an ATV without a license plate on it, he's driving on a roadway. So he's got to drive on a roadway to get to a gas station. If a person is coming with a snowmobile that doesn't have a license plate on it, he's breaking the law by going to a gas station to fill up. So if that is correct, then do we put in here that we're breaking the law in order to save this 14 cents?
Honorable Minister Sala.
The bill proposes no such thing. Manitobans will not be breaking the law. There's no compliance or enforcement mechanism outlined in the bill. Manitobans who show up at a gas station will save money should this bill pass. It's very simple. You could be driving a small vehicle, a large truck. You pull up, you got a trailer behind you. You will ultimately benefit from those savings come January 1st, should the opposition decide to support this bill.
Okay. Just for information for the committee, it is practice that the critic holds the floor. Yeah. Basically meaning government has opportunity for questions after if you don't have any more questions. Yeah. So, MLA Bereza, did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just want to be straight with this. And again, Minister stated there that all people that want to pull up to the pump can, whether they're breaking the law or not by not having a license plate on their vehicle or whatever vehicle they're driving. I just want to make sure that that is the clarification.
Honorable Minister Sala.
We are not proposing that people without licenses pull up to gas stations. We're proposing that vehicles pulling up to gas stations or licensed vehicles of some kind that are pulling up to gas stations will benefit from those savings. There's nothing illegal being proposed here or encouraged.
MLA Breza.
What about Snowman with their groomers? Again, how does this fit here? Again, when we're talking about, I can't stress this enough, is that a person driving a vehicle without Mr. Chair, a person driving a vehicle without proper insurance and registration, again, is risking going to that gas station in order to save 14 cents. Again, we're all about affordability too, but my concern here is, are we encouraging Manitobans to go out? You can pull up to the pump. It doesn't matter if you have a registration. It doesn't matter if you have insurance on the vehicle, but as long as you get to that pump, you will save 14 cents. Is that correct?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Look, there's infinite possibilities that can be explored by the opposition, and I know they're going to cook up a variety of different directions here to try to find examples of whatever it is they're looking to demonstrate here. And again, I'll just say for the record, if you pull up to a gas station post January 1st, should this bill pass, you will save the money. This is a measure that was brought in to improve affordability of life for Manitobans. We're proud of this. We think it's important, and we encourage you guys to get on board and to support this bill so we can bring these savings to Manitobans.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The purpose of bills is to codify the law in words, what we as a society have to live by. The question to the minister is simple. Why are they so opposed to simply amending the words where the minister has clearly said tonight and in the House over and over and over again that this bill will apply to vehicles that do not only go on the roadway? So if the minister has said it, why are we simply not codifying it in the bill? I don't understand why the nuance is back and forth. It is a simple matter of saying, hey, let's change the definition of this. Let's make it larger so that everyone's safe. If a Manitoban is to go by the word of the law, which is a bill passed in this building, then we are giving Manitobans legal course and precedent to argue and go against each other. The minister may say, oh, just pull up and you can get what you want, get the 14-cent savings. Great. The bill clearly states that is not the case on a roadway. You are not taking snowmobiles on the roadway. They have their own. You are not taking a boat on a roadway. It's on a trailer. Why is the minister so opposed to just changing some of the definitions in here or amending them to protect all Manitobans so we avoid this in the future? We're just struggling, like dumbfounded on this side to understand why there's just this dig our heels in to not change or modify and amend this simple definition of what a roadway is when the minister himself has said time and time again. I'll take him, I'd like to take him on his word. I've got to know the minister over the past few years, and we've had some pleasant conversations, and I just don't understand what the hesitation is to changing it.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Again, we appreciate that the opposition is bringing this forward. We can repeat it all night if we want. I'll go till whenever we want here. It's fine if we want to keep repeating the same question. I'll say that your proposal has been heard. Appreciate that you've brought it forward. And I think our response to that has been clear tonight. So again, we want to keep repeating this. We can continue to have that same back and forth. I'm open to that and looking forward to hearing concerns brought forward by the opposition. But again, they've brought this proposal forward. I think it's clear that they feel that should be amended, and we've brought our response. And there's not a lot more to add. But again, we can do this all night if that's what they want to do.
Just a little gentle reminder to keep everything coming through the chair.
Apologies.
Yeah.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, we're happy to stay here all night. It's what we're elected for, is to hold the government accountable, to make bills and laws for Manitobans that are representative for all Manitobans. So we're more than happy to stay here all night and continue this into tomorrow if need so be. So the minister has made it clear that he's heard from us and he hears what we're saying. He's processed what we're saying. So just one last time, I would like the minister on the record to say why the minister is so opposed to amending the roadway as in definition in this bill, as he has clearly stated time and time again that verbally that you pull up and you're good. So one last time, maybe then we can move on, and maybe we won't be here all night. If the minister can clearly state why he and his government and his premier are so opposed to amending this definition of the roadway. As he said to the various speakers, they would be allowed.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, appreciate the comments from the member, and I'll just say again one more time clearly, this bill will provide savings at the pump for all Manitobans. Hopefully, the opposition will support it, and we'll see these savings being brought to Manitobans come January 1st.
MLA Khan.
Mr. Chair, so again, when asked the minister to go on the record and say why, they won't. It's a non-answer. We've heard from presenters tonight that they do not believe this bill applies to them based specifically on the wording. Presenters said that. So not us, elected officials. Presenters, Manitobans who want to make Manitoba better, who are making Manitoba better, said that they do not believe this bill applies to them based off the wording. Why not amend it to ensure all Manitobans believe it does what it says? Unless there's some other hidden agenda here. I can't understand it. It's a very simple ask on this one. I mean, we have multiple pages to get through, and we're on 2A. So the minister gave a non-answer as to why he will not be willing to, or what his response is. He's already said he's not willing to modify it. So I'm trying to get an understanding as to why they are not willing to amend the definition of what a roadway is when he has verbally stated that this will apply to everyone that pulls up to a gas station in Manitoba, no matter what you're driving. So just again, I'll simplify the question down. Why will the minister not amend the definition of what a roadway is when he has verbally said everyone's allowed to do it and pull up and everyone's on a roadway and boats are on roadways and snowmobiles are on roadways and combines and tractors are on roadways and everyone applies to the Highway Traffic Act. Why the minister just won't modify that?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I think it's worth commenting on the fact that the opposition is bringing forward a whole bunch of ideas tonight about how to make this bill better, and they've got a lot of things that they're bringing forward, but they didn't take any action for the last 7 years. They didn't do this. They didn't take action to bring savings for Manitobans in terms of helping them with their cost of fuel. They did not act. So, it's worth just sort of highlighting that, the concerns being brought forward, I appreciate them. It's good to hear the ideas being brought forward, but let's highlight at the same time that they did not take action for 7 years in this area. So lots of big ideas that we're hearing today, but we didn't see any of these ideas over the last 7 years. We're bringing forward affordability measures. They should get on board.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Affordability measures, as we heard from speakers today, include all Manitobans. We heard that from every presenter tonight. We heard from presenters saying that the $250 of savings over 6 months were forecasted on a family of two, a family driving 2 vehicles, believed to be 2 F-150s, what was quoted. Average family would consume $250 of gas in 6 months. Okay, so $250 of gas is savings, for sure it is. Over a year, $500. Okay. And the minister goes on the record saying that the previous government has done nothing to combat affordability measures. The minister goes on to say that the previous government had opportunity to handle affordability or address affordability for Manitobans, I believe is paraphrasing roughly what the minister had said. And yet the minister fails to acknowledge that the previous government made historic investments in, Mr. Chair, in affordability measures for Manitobans. So we're talking $2 $250 over 6 months, $500 a year for someone who drives 2 F-150s or a family that has 2 F-150s. I don't know who that is, but I mean, God bless them. So $500 a year, and the previous government did on average of $5,500 in average savings. So we're talking $5,500 in average savings. We're talking increasing the basic personal exemption. We're talking income tax brackets, 2 affordability checks that went out roughly. Actually, I think some of them were larger than what this rebate is based on. $250 for 2 F-150s. $5,500 in average. So the minister wants to say that, Mr. Chair, the minister wants to address that the previous government didn't do anything to really help with affordability, and yet I would say $5,500 on average is a lot more than $500 in average savings. Now, that all being said, this still all circles back to the simple question on definitions within this bill. And the reason why this is so important now, because it's going to come up later in section 12.2. I'm not sure if they've gotten that far ahead, but it's going to come up later, where it's important that we define a motor vehicle on a roadway. That's why it's important now, because the definition needs to be changed now, because it's going to come up in 12.2, where we talk about motor vehicles. So if we talk about ATVs, and we're going to have to address, what the definition of a motor vehicle is, because I've also tabled that for the minister as well, that the definition of a motor vehicle is not also as inclusive as the minister likes to believe it is. Just like the definition of a roadway, according to the Highway Traffic Act, is not as inclusive as what the minister says it is. So the simple ask is, why will the minister not be willing to adjust the definition of a roadway to better reflect what Manitobans are asking for, what our present is asking for, what the bill clearly lacks? Anybody can see this at its surface, that this bill is not written for all of Manitobans, and it does not give Manitobans peace to know that when they go to pull up at the pump, that they will begin. We can't say, well, the minister said it is. I mean, as great as that sounds, I don't know if little Bobby working at the gas station in Dauphin or in Sifton, is that's going to suffice. So again, getting back to all of this to land the airplane at saying, the minister has dug his heels in on a simple definition matter, and I think it's important that Manitobans realize this, that the sheer lack of ability to adjust the definition in this bill, let alone the rest of this stuff, really shows where this government's and ministers' priority are when it comes to affordability for Manitobans and when it comes to helping Manitobans. That we are so stuck with our heels in the ground that we do not want to simply modify the definition of what a roadway is. That gives me a lot of concern as opposition. It should give Manitobans concern. That's the reason why we're not moving on past this point. As much as I love sitting here and debating and talking and hanging out with my colleagues and opposition and government and civil servants, I can think of other things. But here we are. It shows that the minister is refusing to modify the definition within this bill. It shows that even when brought forward by presenters, the minister is refusing to address it, that we're just supposed to take him at his word. And if that's what the minister says, that we're just going to take him at his word, then I guess so be it, and we don't need to belliger this point anymore, unless my colleague has something to add afterwards.
Honorable Minister Salah.
Again, I appreciate the comments from the opposition.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister talked about affordability, working together, looking for us to do things together. I think what we're trying to do here tonight is to make this less complicated for Manitobans. I don't think anybody in this room is talking about not wanting affordability for Manitobans. What we want is a clear understanding of what's going on here. Because again, if we don't define this right now, then we're going to leave it up to Johnny, or we're going to leave it up Bobby or FCL to decide who gets filled up or not. Do they have to check license plates as well too when they're there? Does a person from Saskatchewan get this as well too? Again, or do they have to have two sets of pumps with two separate prices on it? Again, I think it comes down to the affordability thing and coming to some agreements here. Otherwise, I'm with MLA Khan on this as well too. We've got to work for all Manitobans. I think we all want to work for all Manitobans. And that's what we want to look at tonight with amending what we're looking at here as a definition here of a roadway.
Honorable Minister Salo.
Again, I appreciate the comments from the opposition, and I'd say there's only one party who's trying to make things more complicated here than they need to be. We've been crystal clear, and we think Manitobans have heard that message, and we're looking forward to bringing these savings to Manitobans every time they go to the pump, who I think understand what we've communicated very clearly.
MLA Khan.
Oh boy. Mr. Chair. You know, it's we are here as elected officials, Mr. Chair, as you know, and everyone else is to try to make Manitoba better. Let's remove the tensions, hostilities that we might put Manitobans in. Let's remove any ambiguity, any confusion over what it might be, so we don't have these problems out in Manitoba. This bill and the minister's digging in of his heels just simply shows that he is refusing to listen to what presenters say, what colleagues are saying, what Manitobans are saying on this issue. He just refuses to move forward on that. So, you know, the minister, and I guess it's evident that this was maybe going to be the course for the remainder of the evening tonight. The minister told media today he was not willing to amend this bill before listening to the presenter. So before tonight even started, the minister in a scrum said he is not willing to amend this bill. Said it in a scrum before presenters tonight. Before hearing from presenters tonight. So, I mean, I guess that's clear. The minister's made up his mind on what the definition of a roadway is, and I guess a boat can travel on a roadway, and I guess so can snow dues and ATVs and combines and unlicensed vehicles that the minister's already dug his heels in. We're trying to be reasonable. We're trying to just simply understand the definition, wording, framework of what this bill is setting up forward, and the minister refuses to do that. So I guess maybe that's going to set the tone for the rest of the evening here, because we have a lot of other points to debate and go back and forth on. So, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, he sends a strong message to Manitobans that he's already made up his mind before hearing them tonight. And even when we're trying to have reasonable debate back and forth, the minister is not engaged. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but while I regret we don't get an answer, you know, on the definition of a roadway or amending that to include more, I believe we should probably move on to the next clause, because it seems like the minister is not moving on, as I guess, you know, should have listened earlier in the press conference. So at that, Mr. Chair, I guess the question has to come forward again then, I believe.
The Honourable Minister has a chance to respond.
Appreciate the comments from the members of the opposition. Looking forward to further questions. Hopefully we can continue on here.
Any further questions? Seeing none, shall clause 2 pass?
Pass.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
I guess the floor is open.
All those in favor?
Sorry. All those in favor of passing clause 2?
Please say aye.
Please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly passed. What?
Oh, it's part of the same
No,
clause.
it's the same clause.
Yeah, would have helped.
going to take a tiny moment to consult you.
We're just going to take a tiny moment to consult the authorities. Yeah, there's a request for a 5-minute recess.
I don't want to take a recess right now unless there's a bio need of some kind. Could I get a glass of that too? Thank you. It's caffeine for you, right?
Okay, so after consulting with the authorities, we are not going back to clause 2, but for clarity, we are redoing the vote. So
Okay. We're going to do the vote and then
okay.
we just need an
Shall clause 2 pass?
Pass.
Okay. All those in favor of clause 2, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly passed. MLA Khan?
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those opposed, please raise their hands.
1, 2. Ayes 3, nays 2.
Clause 2 is accordingly passed.
Now,
Shall clause 3 pass?
Pass.
Clause 3 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 4 pass?
Pass.
I hear no's. The floor is open to questions. Are there questions?
Yes.
MLA Khan?
Sorry. So in the clause here, 4, 6, 6 bracket 2.3, no tax is payable by operator under subsection 2, and no single trip permit is to be issued under subsection, and you can read the rest there. Can the minister please clarify what constitutes a single trip permit?
Honorable Minister Salah.
1 second, please.
Honorable Minister Salah.
Yes, thank you. Happy to answer the question. Single trip permits are a method of collecting fuel tax from out-of-province carriers that are not operating under a carrier license.
MLA Khan?
Sorry, I apologize for that. I must be getting old in my age. Can the minister just please repeat that a little louder and maybe a little slower, please? And thank you.
Honorable Minister Salah.
Single trip permits are a method of collecting fuel tax from out-of-province carriers that are not operating under a carrier license.
MLA Khan.
No, not if you put your hand up first.
So to clarify that, single trip is out-of-province carrier, and no single trip permit is to be issued under subsection. So just clarification, is the minister saying that no tax is payable by an operator and no single permit. So an operator coming from Saskatchewan through Manitoba to go to Ontario and onwards to greener pastures in Cape Breton, let's say, would that operator then not, or would they be exempt, or they would not be exempt from this 14-cent tax? Here, so a little clarification on that, please, from the minister. Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister Sala.
I want to apologize to the member because I didn't catch a significant portion of your question. I dug into some information there. I would ask if you would repeat it for my benefit.
Emily Khan.
Sorry, just to be clear again, the minister, just the last preamble I went on, and the one before that, just the last one, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so so the question was, so the single, from what I understand, the single trip permit would be for a out of province operator coming through, let's just say from Saskatchewan. So is this a clause here, 6.2.3, saying that no tax is payable from a single trip permit? So if you have a truck from Saskatchewan coming through, they fuel up here, no tax is payable. So they don't have to pay that tax, and then they can proceed on through Ontario without paying that tax. Is that what this clause is clearly stating here?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yes.
Emily Khan.
Okay, so again, that same example, you have about hundreds, if not thousands of trucks, I imagine, coming from Saskatchewan, either west to east, or you have east to west coming through. You have people coming south to north states, and thousands of vehicles coming here. So these vehicles that are now coming here have no intention per se of staying in Manitoba. They're going to pass right through, are going to fuel up in Manitoba and take advantage of this tax savings. Is that correct?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Most trucks would be covered under the International Fuel Tax Agreement. This is for those trucks that are not covered under that agreement.
Emily Khan.
Can the minister please indulge us in what the International Fuels Tax Agreement is?
I'll be happy to. Just give me a second.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, so the agreement essentially works to ensure that truckers pay the relevant fuel taxes in whatever jurisdictions they're driving through.
Emma Lakon.
Okay, so just to be clear here, so this clause here is referring to single trip permits. So a truck coming from Saskatchewan through Manitoba, Minister stated that most trucks would abide by the International Fuel Tax Agreement, which means they would then abide by the relevant tax. But that again, that is most trucks. So we still have to deal with what's not most. But most trucks would deal with an International Fuel Tax Agreement. And relevant tax. So does that mean they would pay the relevant tax, or they would be take advantage of this tax holiday according to the International Fuel Tax Agreement?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, and just relating to this section, just can reiterate, this means that truckers will not pay tax for the mileage they incur in Manitoba, right? So there's the truckers that operate under the international agreement, which we referenced earlier. This clause ensures that those trucks that are not part of that agreement can still continue to see those savings. That's what this specific clause gets at. Is that clear?
MLA Khan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sorry. It's getting long, late night now. Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for clarification on that. So again, just to be clear, so a truck coming from West Canada, let's say Moosomin on the number 1, is flowing through the border. They get to Manitoba because they know we don't have a tax, or they save 14 cents. They pull up, they load up their 18-wheeler, and they continue on all the way through Manitoba. And now they get to, they're just about to enter Kenora, about to exit Manitoba, and they're going to fill up again. So those fill-ups, they're not paying the tax. They are exempt from the tax holiday. They get the 14 cents off. I just want to be clear that that's what we're saying, correct?
Honorable Minister Sala.
That's accurate.
So.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So these thousands and thousands of trucks are coming through Manitoba in the course of a year. I'm sure the minister could probably get numbers on that, or it'd actually be nice if we could get numbers on how many trucks actually flow through Manitoba on a 6-month and an annual basis. What this bill is going to reflect, those trucks are coming through. They're going to take advantage of the tax But this has nothing to do with affordability for them because they don't live in Manitoba. So this tax is a tax fuel holiday designed for affordability for Manitobans. And yet we're saying, come on through, truckers, and anyone else that might be going through, fill up and get out of here. And we're not going to get any taxes off of you, but you're going to use our roads. You're going to use our infrastructure. You're going to damage those with the thousands of trucks that are moving through this province. And we're not going to get anything from you. So just you know, maybe stop off at the convenience store and buy a bag of Cheetos or something and get going. Just want to make sure that this is what this clause is stating in here. And I'm not missing anything.
Honorable Minister Sala.
I don't remember saying anything about Cheetos, but I think we were clear about what this clause indicates.
MLA Bereza.
For the record, and again, in case I'm missing something here, I'm driving through from Saskatchewan. I stop in Virden. I fill up with fuel. I'm going through into Ontario. I stop before the Ontario border, fill up again with fuel. So I'm being able to fill my truck twice in Manitoba. The good people of Manitoba are going to be absorbing this. They're going to be paying for it. They're going to be paying for the wear and tear on the roads. So the question through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, are you okay with people coming from out of province, filling up their trucks or vehicles once, twice, 10 times while they're in Manitoba? Yes or no?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I appreciate the question. I think we've been clear about what this clause implies and what it provides for. There is this North American agreement for truckers to ensure that they pay fuel taxes reflective of where they are. We in Manitoba are reducing our fuel tax from 14 cents to 0, should your party decide to support it. And I think, again, the implications of the clause are clear.
MLA Gone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I want to be clear. We think it's fantastic we have a North American agreement and that we encourage trade and we encourage transportation through the province. We think this is wonderful. But what's not wonderful is that that agreement now would take advantage of affordability measures, or what a bill is supposed to be for affordability measures for Manitoban. This is a bill designed to be a tax relief for Manitobans. And yet, clearly in this clause, this is not the case. Clearly in this clause, again, because the bill has been rushed through, that they haven't thought of this. And that's okay. I want to be clear. It's okay to make mistakes in a bill, and that's why we have these committees to address these. So, to my colleague's question, thousands of trucks coming through. Also, a town right on the border, Moosomin, right? So we're pretty close on the border. What's stopping someone from Saskatchewan? How many kilometers is that roughly? From the border, 15 kilometers, 12 miles. Saying, hey, we got to fill up, mom and dad, let's go get gas. Come fill up and then go back. And then, hey, we're going to fill up, let's go back. And coming back, because Saskatchewan doesn't have this. So what's stopping someone from doing that? And is the minister okay with that? Is that what this bill is designed for?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. I'd say, you know, we're part of this international agreement. I can hear that the opposition wants us to just go ahead and break up that international agreement. They're making proposals that would suggest that or speak to that. Whether they like to acknowledge that or not, that's effectively what they're suggesting. We are part of this agreement, and this is what needs to be done here to accommodate our participation in that agreement.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we are saying is, you know what, we are for affordabilities for Manitobans. We are not for paying for somebody's damages that are happening to our infrastructure here. We are not for millions of dollars leaving this province when we're talking about businesses that may be operating in Manitoba, but having head offices in other provinces. They may have licensed vehicles that are operating in Manitoba, but the money is all going out of the province. So I just want to make clear that this government is okay with millions and millions of dollars of exiting the province from the border communities.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I'd say, we're here and we were elected. Big part of why we were elected was to help make life more affordable for Manitobans, right? So again, I know the opposition, they're driving at something here. I'm not quite sure where they think that's going, but I'll say this. We're bringing $163 million in estimated tax savings for Manitobans as a result of this measure. An estimated $100 million in fuel tax savings for households, $60 million for businesses across Manitoba, and an estimated $3 million for municipalities. This is about improving affordability for Manitobans. And, we're really proud of that. And I think that regardless of the comments from the opposition, I think Manitobans understand what it is we're doing here. It's clear to me that they understand that. And I think if the members opposite went back to their communities and they spoke with folks and they asked them, will life get better for you if we reduce the fuel tax by 14 cents a liter on January 1st? The answer they're going to hear is yes. So again, we can talk about these various scenarios that they're referencing here and bringing up. Appreciate that they're bringing this to this committee. But I'll say again, for clarity, this is about affordability for Manitobans. We're proud to bring this forward. And again, I hope that the opposition chooses to support it.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am listening to my constituents in Portage la Prairie. I am also listening because I am the agricultural shadow minister as well too. I understand there's $163 million that you say that is being saved here for Manitobans. How much money is going into Saskatchewan and Ontario or other provinces? Do you have any estimate on that?
A gentle reminder about questions through the chair. Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah. So again, this is it is for Manitobans. We've got an estimated $250 over 6 months that Manitobans can expect to save. And I just want to clarify, I know the opposition was having a little bit of fun with that, but that's not two F-150s. This is according to Natural Resources Canada for an average fuel consumption for a family with 2 vehicles. $250 is a lot of money for an average family in this province. And I know, again, the member says he's in close contact with his constituents. I appreciate that. I get the sense that he does care about their concerns. And I would encourage him to go back and ask your constituents, what does $250 in your pocket over the next 6 months mean to you and your family? And I think what you'll hear back with clarity is that is incredible news for us. That is a great news story. So again, I really encourage the members to consider what that $250 means for families in their community. And I hope they choose to support this bill because people need this help now. And again, for years, that party, the opposition party, was not willing to take action like we are here. We're taking action to reduce energy costs for Manitobans. And I'd say not only energy costs on fuel, but we've brought forward a number of other great initiatives that we've talked about in the House. And we're focused on helping everyday Manitobans reduce their cost of living. That's something we didn't see from the government in years past, the previous government.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just a couple pointers here. Not once at one point did we ever suggest that we weren't in favor of the North American Agreement or trade, or ever insinuated once that we want to violate that or break that. And I know some of these questions are pretty in depth and very in the weeds with the bill. And I see the minister at times has to ask his staff. So if he wants, when I ask a question, if he wants to pause, I'm more than happy to pause. Let the minister get the proper information because it is a big file, and then come back because that wasn't mentioned. So maybe at times where the minister's getting pointers from his staff on how to answer these complicated questions properly, he's actually missing what we're saying. But we never once said that we want to violate the North American Agreement. What we did say is that we want affordability for Manitobans. The minister also said he wants affordability for Manitobans. So we agree on that. We want affordability for Manitobans. I don't see how someone living in Saskatchewan driving here to fuel up their tank 10 miles away and then going back to Saskatchewan is affordability for Manitobans. I might be wrong. Maybe the minister can tell me if I'm wrong on that point, or someone from Ontario coming here, filling up and going back. You know, I don't see how a trucker, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, I'm not sure, I'm not the infrastructure guy. Or, you know, maybe if the member from Turtle Mountain was here, you'd know. But, you know, driving through Manitoba, I don't see how that's affordability for Manitobans. It's not. It's wear and tear on our roads in Manitoba. If this bill was thought out properly, we could simply state that we want to apply this to Manitobans only and have a mechanism for Manitobans only instead of rushing it through on January 1st. Affordability is number one. We agree with affordability. It has to be, and we are, this is why we're here. This is why we are both passionately debating this, is because we agree for affordability for Manitobans. Not for out of province people, not for people who are driving through, not for truckers. It's clear that now this minister might want to send checks to millionaires outside of the province. That's concerning. You know, as he knows the talking points. And when he talks about affordability, you know, I apologize, I took the two F-150s from the previous speaker, but it was two vehicles, $250 in 6 months, $500 a year. That's a lot of money. He's right, it's a lot of money. And affordability is top of mind. But you know what's a lot more money than $500 a year? 11 times that. 11 times that is what the previous government did for the average Manitoban last year. 22, 23. $5,500 in average savings, 11 times. So the minister wants to talk about savings. I agree. We agree. Affordability, number one. Got to make it affordable for Manitobans. A bill that allows people to drive through Manitoba to fill up their car or drive here and go back is not affordable measures for Manitobans. They're destroying our roads, our infrastructure, and Manitobans are paying the cost from that. I can see the minister, you know, isn't, you have one more question? Okay, so my colleague has one more question. But when it comes to the question on this one here, can the minister just simply justify how, you know, he believes that applying a tax credit, and we're not talking about violating international law or the North American Agreement, that's a good thing. But when we're talking about the minister wants to say, oh, they want to sit here and talk about different scenarios and different situations. Yeah, that's what you do. That's what bills do. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what committee is. That's why we have presenters. I mean, if that's not what the minister wants to do, then I don't know what we're doing here, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just the chair. That's what we do. We talk about scenarios and we try to identify issues within the bill that we can make better for Manitobans. This is about affordability for Manitobans. We agree. Let's get it done. Let's do it for Manitobans. Not for people that are coming and going and destroying our roads and driving through. It's not what it's for. So the question is the minister okay with this bill going forward the way it is, knowing that there will be a portion, potentially a large portion, we don't know, I'd love if the minister has numbers on that, but there will be a portion of people that take advantage of this tax break that has nothing to do with affordability for Manitobans.
Honorable Minister Sattler.
Appreciate the question. And again, the opposition may want to look at us, you know, disassembling the North American Agreement with truckers. I mean, they can't have it both ways. I'll say that. That may be something they want to entertain. What we're focused on here is affordability for families. That's why this bill has been brought forward. That's what our government is here to deliver on. That's why Manitobans removed the previous government from office. We're here to deliver affordability improvements, and we're going to do it.
MLA Bereza.
Mr. Chair, I just want on the record that over 400,000 transport trucks travel through Manitoba in a year. Not all of those people are going to follow the rules, and I think we need to be aware of that. So 400,000 transport trucks pass through Manitoba. We will be giving money away to other provinces. Thank you.
Can I ask, is there a question?
No, I just
okay.
want that on the record.
Okay. Would you like to respond, Minister Sala? Okay.
Appreciate the comments from the member. Thank you.
Any other questions? Emily Khan?
Just again, this is one of those points that I think it's fair to say that the minister is not willing to, Mr. Chair, or let me rephrase that, sorry, to not to go through the chair. I think this is one of those points that we can agree that we're not going to agree on this one, I guess, and then it's okay not to agree sometimes. I guess that's what democracy is. That's why we're here, to debate these important bills. And to point on the record that the minister is okay with a large number or a number of people coming to Manitoba to take advantage of the tax credit and have no consequence or no benefit to affordability measures for Manitobans because they're not Manitoba. I just want to be clear that the minister is okay with that, and then we can move on to the next point because it seems like we're not going to agree on this point here.
Honourable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide clarity that we're participants in a North American agreement for truckers. And again, if the opposition doesn't like that agreement or they have concerns with it, that's their prerogative. We are focused on bringing forward solutions to reduce the cost of living for Manitoba families.
MLA Khan.
Sorry, I guess there was some confusion on that. I think the minister thought I was referring to the North American Agreement. I was not referring to the North American Agreement. I think we've agreed that we don't want to violate the North American Agreement. The question had nothing to do with the North American Agreement. The question had to do with people who aren't Manitobans, who aren't Manitoban residents, taking advantage of this tax credit. They may live on the border of Saskatchewan and Manitoba, or Manitoba and Ontario, or Manitoba and the States. Although I don't know what the gas pricing in the States is, so let's leave them out. But let's just say East and West. That the minister is okay with. We're not talking about the North American Agreement. That the minister is okay with people, average Joes, coming here and taking advantage of our tax credit, designed, like he just said in the last question, for affordability measures for Manitobans. And clearly, I am asking a question about non-Manitobans.
Honourable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I've never stated anything along those lines, so appreciate that the members opposite want to, put some words in my mouth here and make some claims about things that were said that weren't said. What we're saying is we want to bring savings for Manitoban families. This is an important bill that will do exactly that during a time of high inflation, during a time when Manitobans have been struggling with high energy costs, and frankly, during a time where where Manitobans have been struggling with high energy costs for years with a previous government that wasn't willing to take action. Times have changed. I encourage the opposition to get on board with this bill.
Are we allowed to ask?
Raise a point of order.
Point of order?
MLA Cross on a point of order.
Thank you. We're discussing a clause that has nothing to do with people from Saskatchewan coming over the border. So I think your argument is flawed in that respect. We're talking about something very specific here, and you've gone off topic. So, in the interest of doing things properly, I don't think we should be discussing people coming over the borders to get gas.
MLA Khan on the same point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the member's opposite point of order and the question that the member opposite is bringing up. But there is relevance here because this clause is clear if the member looks to the third line where it says no single trip permit. So I believe if the very first question I had asked the minister was, could he please define what a single trip permit was, and that single trip permit definition was relevant to our line of questioning. So it had to do with out of provinces, vehicles traveling through the province. That is exactly what we were referring to. So I believe the relevance, I don't know if the member wasn't here when we had discussed single trip permits, but it is exactly clear on the relevance within this. That being said, I believe the minister and I have concluded, well, we have on our end that we agree to disagree, that the minister is okay with out of resident non-Manitobans taking advantage of a credit designed for affordability for Manitobans, and it's clear the minister is okay with that, so we can agree to move on.
So I will rule on the point of order. I do not see a point of order here, seeing as the critic has explained how his comments and questions are relevant to the clause. But I will ask if there's any more questions regarding the clause itself. Okay. Then we will call the question on the clause. Shall clause 4 pass?
Pass. Hey, I'm learning too.
Okay, so all those in favor of clause 4, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. In my opinion, clause 4, or sorry, in my opinion, ayes have it. Clause 4 is accordingly passed.
It's close.
MLA Khan?
Recorded vote, please. It's going to be a close one. I can feel it.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those opposed, please raise their hands.
1, 2. Ayes 3, nays 2.
Clause 4 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 5 pass?
Pass.
I hear no's. The floor is open to questions. MLA Khan?
All right. Okay. So section 5 here, 8.2. Temporary reduction following tax holiday. Despite section 8, the rate of tax payable for fuel purchase for using and operating a motor vehicle on a roadway. I just want to highlight that point there because this is a line we're going to be coming back probably for the next hour or two at least. This ties in to the initial definition of roadway, which I had begged and pleaded for the minister to simply add an amendment to the roadway definition. But now this is going to become even more concerning now. And then maybe we'll have to ask for leave to go back and modify the roadway, which we could have just done in the first section without spending an hour on it. But nonetheless, here we are. Motor vehicle on a roadway may be reduced by regulation for any period beginning after the tax holiday and ending before January 1st, 2025. So this one here, we're gonna start off with a simple one. And the motor vehicle on a roadway, we heard Snowman talk about this, that they were deeply concerned that they would not be covered under the definition of a roadway. And now they have the motor vehicle on a roadway. So the question to the minister is the minister willing to amend this to allow for a broader definition of a motor vehicle on a roadway as defined within the regulation, defined in the Highway Traffic Act? Do we table stuff here? We can table stuff? Okay. I don't have 4. Do I have to have 4 copies? Okay, I don't have 4 copies. I'll get 4 copies. As defined in the Highway Traffic Act. I read it earlier. Roadways means a portion of a highway that has improved design and ordinary use for vehicle traffic. Motor vehicle means a motor vehicle as defined by the Highway Traffic Act. Well, let's take a look at what that is. But does not, a Driver Vehicle Act does not include a farm tractor, special mobile machine, and off-road vehicle. There are many examples within the Highway Traffic Act that do not allow for a motor vehicle on a roadway. Question to the minister. Is the minister now finally realizing the error of his ways in the very first definition and will be willing to amend this?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yes, I thank the member for the question. I can see they want to go back to the roadway definition. Again, I thought we'd covered that ground pretty extensively earlier. So I'm not really going to go back there. But what I will say is the intent of this clause is quite simply just to clarify that we have the capacity to extend the tax holiday beyond a 6-month period, beginning January 1st. And this clarifies that as the minister, I will have the ability to increase those taxes to whatever level or to decrease them at any point prior to January 1st, 2025 through the regulations. So it's just clarifying that. I will go a little further to say we've been clear that this is initially a 6-month holiday, as the members will know. And we are going to be reevaluating as we get closer to that 6-month mark to determine the state of inflation, state of our economy, to determine whether or not we extend it. And this clause gives us that control to be able to make that determination. Thank you.
MLA Khan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, I know the minister was here earlier when Snowman presented. So I just want to ask the minister a very simple question. Does the minister agree or disagree with the statements made by Snowman when they specifically said that they do not believe clause 8.2 is reflective of them and their members and all the great work that they do in this province, bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars of tourism and economy and safety and health and wellness, that the minister disagrees with Snowman and their interpretation of what they believe they should be included in clause 8.2. Just want to be clear that the minister disagrees with them.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Well, as we stated clearly, as I stated in response to the presentation, this measure does not exclude folks who ride snowmobiles. So I don't know how much clearer we can make that to the members opposite. We can continue to go round and round on that, but it does not exclude them. And frankly, for those folks that enjoy time outdoors and drive a lot and, attach the trailer to the truck and head out, if that's part of their lifestyle and that's how they enjoy their time and that's how they enjoy time outdoors, this will bring them significant benefits. And so I think that was made quite clear in the response to the presentation. This will not exclude them.
MLA Khan.
Explain how a motor vehicle on a roadway, and again, I'm sure staff can provide him with a definition of a roadway and a definition of motor vehicle. If they don't have it, I can get my staff to print off 4 copies so I can table it. But I'm pretty sure the staff can take care of what a definition of a vehicle on a motorway, motor vehicle on a roadway. So.
Point of order, MLA Cross.
I just want to point out that in clause 2, which we passed and we've gotten past that point, we've already discussed what the definition of roadway is. So I think we don't need to further discuss the definition of roadway.
MLA Khan on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member opposite for bringing that forward. And we did discuss what a roadway is, but we never combined the 3 words, or I guess the 5 words, motor vehicle on a roadway. So I believe that's what this clause is referring to a motor vehicle on a roadway, which we are having discussion about specific to this clause, not specific to the definition of a roadway, as the member opposite is alluding a point of order towards.
So I would rule that this is not a point of order because the comments are still relevant to clause 5. MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So getting back to my previous point, can the minister explain how a motor vehicle on a roadway, as defined by the Highway Traffic Act, covers snowman's groomers or their members?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Again, I mean, what would be good is if we could focus on the intent of the clauses here, right? We could focus on what the clauses are actually stating. So I'm happy to repeat for the members. This clause is to offer me as the Minister of Finance the power to raise or lower fuel tax rates during the period indicated in the clause. And we've done this so that we can ensure we have sufficient control over this fuel tax rate. We've committed to 6 months to put $250 back in the pockets of families. Once we get closer to that date, we'll determine if that needs to be lengthened. That's the purpose of the clause. That's clear.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the minister won't get any agreement. I think we've said it dozens of times tonight. We are in favor of affordability measures for Manitobans. I don't know how many more times I can say it clearly. Like, I don't know, like, I can say it in French, I can say it in Punjabi if we want, I can say it in Arabic if we want, a little bit of Farsi maybe. We are for affordability measures for Manitobans. It's clear. But if that's the intent of what the minister wants to do, then words need to reflect intent. These words do not reflect what Snowman and their organization brought forward tonight. These words do not reflect what other presenters said tonight. These words do not reflect the intent of what constituents have brought forward to MLAs. We agree. The intent is affordability for Manitobans. Amazing. Minister, you are correct. We agree for affordability measures for Manitobans. So I believe if we have that out of the way, we don't need to go back to that over and over again. We agree. We want affordability measures for Manitobans. The previous clause was clear that the minister was okay with affordability measures for non-Manitobans. It was clear. Asked him. 400,000 trucks flowing through here, people on the border coming back and going, clear. Not for Manitobans. Got it. Minister was okay with that. We're saying motor vehicle on a roadway. Words need to reflect intent. And the intent is affordability measures. We agree. We want affordability for Manitobans. Why is the minister so hesitant to make amendments to simply reflect the intent as agreed upon by him and myself as the critic for affordability measures for Manitobans? Why is the minister so opposed to that?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Again, I appreciate the comments, and as I stated earlier, the message that you've brought forward here has been brought forward. We've had a chance to discuss this point repeatedly. We can do that all night if you'd like, but you've made the case there. We've heard this at this committee. I appreciate what you've brought forward, but at this point, that horse has been beat, right? So, no, it's okay. I'll just say again, I do want us to focus here. We're talking about a clause that is quite clear. This is about ensuring that we can, in a very controlled way, either extend the tax or, depending on economic conditions, perhaps not. But this is what this clause allows us the powers to do, right? So that's what this clause is focused on. Again, the members opposite want to continue going back to points they drilled at earlier in the night. They can do that. I get a sense they want to do that. And if that's the case, we can continue to have that conversation. I'm a very patient man.
We can continue having that conversation through the chair.
So sorry.
MLA Khan.
Chair, I just want to comment, you are doing a great job of keeping this civil and respectful for this dialogue of debate here. And, again, I want to thank the minister for his intent. I'm simply asking that the words reflect his intent. Snowman's asking that the words reflect the intent. Other presenters are asking for that as well. Now, when it comes to the beating of a horse, as the minister alluded to, that's what this is for, right? That's what committee is for. Committee is for this process. Committee is designed for the back and forth, the healthy debate, the healthy discussion on how we can make this amendment better, this bill better. How can we amend it to make it better? The horse is not dead, and it's not going to die. We still have to go to third reading and then royal assent. And affordability for Manitobans is top of mind for everyone in this room. And everyone in this province. So the horse is being beat. We're going to get some good answers out of it, and we're going to work forward to making affordability for Manitobans. But that is what we are committed to working towards. That's why we're here. That's what this process is all about. Now, in regards to this process, if we're asking about that, why will the minister simply not amend? Why is the minister digging his heels in? And it might have to do with the earlier press conference he had where he said he wasn't going to make any amendments. And he made that announcement comment before even coming to tonight. So the question then is just simple. Why will the minister not amend the wording of motor vehicle on a roadway so that Manitobans feel like Manitobans are heard and respected and reflected in the words in this bill, which simply are for the intent of affordability for Manitobans? Simple question for the minister.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, again, I want to clarify for the record, just because I think it's important. I never made the statement that the member opposite is claiming I made. They can go back to the tape from that scrum and learn that the truth of the matter, which is that I never made that statement. I just think it's important just to clarify for the record because he continues to repeat that. We're a listening government. We're here to listen. It was great to hear presentations from community, from business, from various advocates. And I agree with the member. This is an important process. It's good to see that they're taking it seriously and asking these questions. This is great. Have a discussion. But look, we've been clear about the intent of this bill. We've been clear about how it will benefit Manitobans. There is nowhere, I have seen zero evidence of confusion, of any lack of clarity. We've been very clear about how this will benefit Manitobans. So again, we can continue to talk about these various points and encourage the members opposite to continue asking questions and looking forward to further discussion.
MLA Baraza.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Again, affordability, as we talked about here, is top of mind for all of us, I believe, in the room here tonight. So again, what we want to make sure, though, too, is there's no questions that are being asked by Manitobans. Am I doing the right thing? Am I not doing the right thing in order to get my rebate? The other thing, too, is that the other question I proposed through the chair is we are talking about an end date of January 1st, 2025 at the latest. Again, me being the agricultural critic, a lot of the work that the farmers do, again, because of markets, exports, and stuff like that, they're planning ahead 2, 3, 5 years ahead. Is the minister, through the chair, interested in moving this bill from January 2025 to a permanent bill? A non-date, sorry.
Honorable Minister Sala.
I appreciate the question. And the measure that we brought forward, as you know, is for a 6-month period initially. We wanted to be sure that we were bringing forward a good balance between fiscal responsibility and improving affordability for Manitobans. The 6-month initial period, as I've said, we think that's a big win for families, $250 for the average family. As we get closer to that 6-month period, we will look at inflationary conditions, overall economic factors, to make a determination as to whether or not we extend it. And again, the intent here of limiting this to a year, at least within this legislation, is to bring a balanced approach that recognizes both the fiscal realities and the affordability challenges that Manitobans are facing, and we feel that this bill achieves that.
MLA Khan.
How do I address the chair now, sorry?
MLA, Honorable
Chairperson. Make sure. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. So the minister mentions that He's not willing to amend the motor vehicle on roadway wording, even though he says he hasn't heard from anyone that that's a concern. And yet Snowman was here tonight along with other presenters, and we have voiced numerous times that is a concern. So, maybe the minister wasn't fully engaged with Snowman when they were talking, but they did say almost those exact words. It's in Hansard. We can take a look at what they said, but something along those lines. Now, to my colleague's question about the end date, does the minister, and simple answer is yes or no if he believes, does the minister believe that inflation, cost of living, affordability measures will be back in line, even if it's a standout for a year, January 1st, 2025? Does he believe that the affordability, inflation, interest rates, high taxes will be back in line by January 1st, 2025?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I appreciate the question. We, of course, have indications from the Department of Finance and others about what the likely direction is of our economy and inflation. But at this point, they're predictions, right? We don't know what's going to happen. We've seen that over the last many years, that there's a lot of economic unpredictability right now in our current environment. And, I don't think things will be any different in 6 months in terms of that lack of predictability. So we are approaching this cautiously, again, with an eye on balancing fiscal concerns with affordability concerns. And this clause allows us to do that.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, honorable chairperson. And I can appreciate that they're predictions and it's uncertain times and we're not sure what's going to happen. So I can completely appreciate where the minister's coming from on that point. So my question then, what is the mechanism for after January 1st, or I would assume before January 1st, 2025, if the economic conditions are not where the minister believes they should be? What is the mechanism for extending this past that time?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Thank you for the question. So we will be reviewing, again, the overall direction of inflation and economic conditions to make a determination as to how we proceed. As we get closer to that 6-month mark, that's when we'll be starting to examine those questions. And at that point, we will make a determination.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson. So I think that question is now diverged into two separate questions. We have the economic conditions, and then we have the mechanism for extending this. So first I want to concentrate on what the mechanism is. What is the mechanism after 6 months to extend this? And what is the mechanism after the year, so we'd say December 31st, 2024, to extend this if the economic conditions have not been met? We're not going to talk about economic conditions right now. We can talk about that later. I want to focus on what is the mechanism for extending this?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Again, I appreciate the question, and this was an important election commitment that was made. It's in my mandate letter. I'm very pleased that we're able to move so fast in bringing this bill forward, and we know how important it is right now. You know, again, we've selected a 6-month period initially because we wanted to approach this cautiously and be judicious. We will, as we get closer to that 6-month mark, have much better sense of where we're headed in terms of inflation. There's going to be a lot of indicators we're going to be able to watch to make that determination. And the members opposite will, as we get closer to that date, will learn, as will all other Manitobans, about our decision. And that will be dependent on overall inflationary conditions and the direction of our economy.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very. Oh, he's back. Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. Caught me off guard there. Sorry. So again, just to be clear, I appreciate the minister's answer. I appreciate the minister's answer. I appreciate the economic uncertainty. I appreciate this is an affordability measure. All fine and dandy. Love it. But we're asking about the mechanism. What is the mechanism for this minister when the minister approaches close to the 6-month period to extend this as this holiday date, tax holiday will allow him to? And then what is the mechanism if after a year we are not at that? And there might not be a mechanism, that's okay. So I'm just asking the minister if he's aware of how he would go at 6 months saying, okay, economic factors, the conditions are not back to normal, or not back to affordability needs, inflation, interests. We need to extend this. What's that mechanism? Is there a mechanism? And number two, at the end of the year, when this bill, tax holidays end, what is that mechanism at that point? What happens at that point?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yes, appreciate the question. We will be tracking the direction of inflation as we get closer to that 6-month mark, and that will assist us in making a determination as to whether or not we should be extending this.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Is there a number? What is this mechanism? What is this number that we have to get to or not get to in order to trigger moving on, stopping? What is the number?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I appreciate that the members opposite are looking for us to be very prescriptive. That's what I'm hearing us say. It's discretionary. That's the nature of this, right? So we want to make sure that we retain that control to be able to make a determination as to whether or not we extend this for Manitobans. That will be based on mainly inflationary concerns. And again, as we get closer to that 6-month mark, the opposition will, as will all other Manitobans, learn about our decision. Again, there'll be a number of factors that will play into that. And it will be mostly driven, of course, by inflation and those cost of living realities that Manitobans are facing and the direction of those costs of living.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, and I appreciate that. Again, I think the minister's going back and thinking that we're trying to trick him into something that we're really not trying to do. What I'm merely asking is, like, you know, and I can appreciate that there's some discretionary terms there. I can appreciate that there's uncertain economic conditions. I can appreciate that there's climate and world conditions that we can't. I get all that. My question is, what's the mechanism? Does the 6 months? Does the minister wake up the day before the 6 months and says, I want to extend this, and it's extended? He just comes to the House and says to the legislature, said this is going to be extended to 6 months? You know, is there a process where he has to bring a motion forward? He has to bring a resolution. He has to bring something forward. He has to have debate. Or is it just he just says, I want to extend this, and it's extended? That's the first question. So I'll boil the question down. I'll make it even simpler. Just, and I get it. It's discretionary. I get it. I've sat on that side briefly. I get it. There's a lot of happening. But is the mechanism, the minister just said, let's just talk about the 6 months. The minister just says, this needs to be extended. We're not there yet. Affordability is still uncertain. We need to extend it. That's the question. It's a simple one.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, and I mean, the clause very clearly states that I, as the Minister of Finance, will have the ability through regulation to either raise or lower the tax up until January 1st, 2025, should this bill pass. So to answer your question, the answer is this clause specifically states this, that yes, I would have the ability to raise it. And again, we will be making that determination based on inflationary factors and cost of living factors that we're seeing here in Manitoba.
MLA Khan.
Thank you. Okay, so that's great. That's what I was getting to. So that mechanism is built in. Now, the second part of the question, which now I've broken into another section, so there's a third part now. But the second one now is what happens at the end of the year now? So we're at the end of the year. Is there still a mechanism for, and I can respect if there is, I'm just trying to understand, is there? So December rolls around and Manitoba is still, affordability is still top of mind. Is that afforded in here? And I'm just asking the minister that he can say in December of 2024, we're not allowed, we need to extend again, or does this process need to happen again? I'm just looking for clarification on that.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. I mean, it states very clearly that despite Section 8, the rate of tax payable for fuel purchase for use in operating a motor vehicle on a roadway may be reduced by regulation for any period beginning after the tax holiday and ending before January 2025. What that means is that should we want to extend it, an amendment would be required.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Honorary Chair. I feel like we're getting somewhere. I'm liking this. So just to be clear again, so if we get to January 2025, or I would assume before that, we're not there, the minister would then bring forward an amendment to the House, asking for an amendment to extend this, and then we would then have to vote in the House. So just looking for that mechanism right around there. Keep in mind, I know this is it's a big question, so I'll let him do his thing.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, to respond to the question, we would have to amend the act again. So it would be the same process as we're going through here. Another act would be required. And I do want to add, like, again, we've brought forward a 6-month, an initial 6-month period here with the option to extend, and the maximum length of time that this could possibly be in place without further amendments is a year.
MLA Khan.
Mr. Chairperson, I got it right this time. Agree with the minister. The ability for him to extend this after 6 months due to many economic factors, conditions that we can't anticipate and we can't predict. We can extend it 6 months. Okay. We get to the year. Now it's got to come forward. Now we got to bring a motion forward or an amendment to this, and then we got to go through the process again. Why doesn't the minister just increase this to January 1st, 2027? We could save some time. We don't have to worry about coming back. It's up to the minister's discretion, as he says. We should trust him at 6 months to make the right decision for Manitobans. So what is stopping the minister from just going for 2027 and then saying, we're going to look at these economic factors that he's talked about, conditions, can't predict it, uncertain times. We're supposed to trust him at 6 months. Why not trust him up until 2027? Because, affordability, interest, inflation, cost of living, probably not going to come down in a year. So let's save us all some time and Manitobans. Time, headache, uncertainty. I know that was a big concern in Alberta. People were really wondering what's going to happen there, and that caused a lot of uncertainty, stress, tension for families struggling to pay bills. Why don't we just extend it to January 1st, 2027? We all save some time. Manitobans know with certainty, minister who's been elected to do this, and we're supposed to trust him at 6 months. Let's extend it to 2027. On this side of the House, we are for affordability measures. We want affordability for Manitobans. We want this to reflect all Manitobans. Obviously, we're not going to agree on a lot of the points we're going back and forth on, but I think this is something we can agree on. We could amend this today to go forward to 2027 with this date, and we put in the minister's hands to make those decisions going forward.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, we've brought forward a balanced approach here. And this is a balanced approach that, again, the core focus here is about saving Manitoba families money. $250 over 6 months. This is a great opportunity for the opposition to demonstrate that they understand the challenges facing everyday families. And again, we're encouraging them to get on board. I know they haven't demonstrated that in the past, but this is an opportunity for them to show that they understand the challenges facing everyday Manitobans.
MLA Baraza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Is it Honorable Chair? Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairperson. You know, I think affordability for all of us, I think we can all agree on that we all want to see affordability for Manitobans. But we also want to see predictability for Manitobans as well, too. So along with my colleague here, again, when we're talking about affordability, to look only a year out, I think we'd all like to see things change fairly dramatically in that year. But you know what? Instead of coming back to this again, let's move forward. Let's put an end date that is further out so people can predict, can be prepared, can make decisions based on this affordability tax holiday that we are talking about here. Will you consider, through the chair, will it, through the chair to the minister, will you look at amending out further so that people can have proper predictability and so that, again, we can give Manitobans assurance that we are working together on this Affordability Act?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Lots of ideas being brought forward now. We didn't see those over 7 years that they were in government. And again, I'm inviting the members opposite to join us in bringing this measure to benefit Manitobans on January 1st. They have the ability to do that. They have the opportunity here before them to support a bill that will reduce the costs of living for people living in all of their constituencies, whether they represent folks in rural, northern, urban Manitoba, every corner. Let's work together to reduce those costs. And I really hope that they'll consider supporting this bill.
MLA Baraza.
Person, so just a simple yes or no answer. We're wanting to ask for an amendment to extend this out to 2027. So that is a no or a yes. We heard about what we haven't done. We're trying to help with what's in the future. Can we have an answer, yes or no?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Again, I think the only question Manitobans want to know the answer to is, will the opposition support the bill? Will they deliver these savings to Manitobans? That's what people want to know the answer to. And that's up to them. We're looking forward to hopefully seeing them come on board and support the bill.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So another non-answer by the minister. I won't put words in his mouth and say it's a no. I won't put words in his mouth and say it's a yes, but it's another non-answer. It's clear for Manitobans watching at home, for those that will watch tomorrow, that and answered that it's a non-answer. So I'll ask the minister again. If the minister is concerned about affordability, and this amendment is supposed to be about affordability for Manitobans, will the minister amend the end date of this and push it to 2027 so that Manitobans can have certainty and affordability measures until 2027? Yes or no?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, we're bringing forward a balanced approach. That's important. Whether or not the members of the opposition want to accept that is very important. We want to ensure that we balance affordability interests with, again, broader economic concerns. This is a great opportunity to reduce cost of living. Again, the opposition is finding, a lot of reasons to say no to this bill. Manitobans want to know, will they support it?
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And, the minister is now mixing words. And the minister is saying that, I don't even know what the minister is saying. We have said, I'll tell you what we said. We've said that we are for affordability. We are for tax cuts. We are for helping Manitobans. What the minister is clearly saying is, well, he's not answering the question. Yes or no, will the minister extend the end date of this till 2027 so that Manitobans can know with certainty that this tax, this gas tax will be taken off until 2027? Yes or no?
Honorable Minister Sala.
We're very proud to bring forward a measure that will offer these savings for a period of at least 6 months. We are very proud to have been elected to government, largely on the basis that Manitobans needed relief after many years of not getting it under the past government. This is a great measure. A 6-month initial fuel tax holiday will bring real relief. And that's the message we're bringing to Manitobans. And I think Manitobans welcome that message because they have not been listened to for way too long.
MLA Khan.
Okay, so the minister will not commit to extending this to 2027. That's clear. Affordability will not be in line by the end of this year, 6 months, the end of this year, and he will not commit to extending to 2027. Does the minister aware that we're actually not sitting in the last couple of weeks of January of 2024, or sorry, of December of 2024? We're not sitting January 1st of 2025. So what's the minister's plan or mechanism for extending this if we're not sitting in the House at that time?
Honorable Minister Sala.
The clauses are clear about timing. I don't think we need to dig back into those clauses. Again, appreciate the questions from the members opposite, but the bill is very clear about the time frame that that we're proposing to bring this relief during.
MLA Khan.
No, I think the minister misunderstood what I said. Maybe he's getting late and he's getting tired. I understand that this is set out for 6 months and then it ends January 1st, 2025. What I'm saying is that if affordability measures are not in line for Manitobans in January 1st, 2025, I'm sure the minister is aware we're not sitting on New Year's Eve or in the last 3 weeks of December. How does the minister plan on extending this if we're not sitting in the House at that time?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Again, the bill is clear. This is relief that the last government was not willing to bring. We're bringing it. We're bringing affordability measures forward to make life, to improve the cost of living for Manitobans. They didn't have that for years under this previous government. We're doing things differently.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. So the answer is no, the minister will not change the date. Is that correct?
Honorable Minister Sala.
We've been clear about what this bill seeks to achieve and the time periods during which we're proposing that it be brought in. And I don't know that there's much more to add.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So it's clear the answer is no. I'll ask the minister another easy question. What is a larger number, $500 or $5,500?
Honorable Minister Sala.
What's a much smaller number than 500 is the $0 of relief on energy affordability that the last government brought forward. They did not support making life more affordable when it comes to energy. In fact, they spent an enormous amount of effort raising energy costs on Manitobans. And again, with all these questions and all this effort to make it appear as though they're champions of affordability, I do want to remind the members opposite that their party brought forward a piece of legislation, Bill 36, that was focused explicitly on raising hydro rates, raising energy rates for Manitobans as quickly as possible.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. That was a very decent sidestep. Not as good as Brady Oliveira can do with his shuffle, but a decent sidestep. But my 10-year-old son, I texted him earlier and asked him that question and said, son, what number is bigger, $500 or $5,500? And he said, Dad, don't be silly. Of course, it's $5,500. That number is bigger. So the minister might not know the answer to that. I'll answer it for him. $5,500 is larger than $500. He wants to talk about affordability measures of previous governments. Our previous government here in Manitoba, 11 times. That's 11 times 500. That's what affordability measures really are. When we get back to this bill specifically, if we're talking about affordability, I asked the minister again, if it's about affordability and the minister believes, and I believe everyone on that side of the house and everyone in the world believes that affordability measures won't be in line by the end of this year, by January 1st, 2025, will the minister amend the act to go till 2027 or later as needed at his discretion because of economic conditions and predictions that he also won't share with us what those are? Which will get to my third last question before we move on. Again, will the minister amend the act to 2027 so Manitobans can have clarity of what is happening with this tax in the future?
Honorable Minister Sala.
The proposal to reduce costs for Manitobans here is clear. Will the opposition support is the only question that I really want, I think Manitobans want to know the answer to here. Yes or no?
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and it's really, really unfortunate, and I don't think anyone's gonna actually watch it. Well, actually, no. I hope people watch. I hope Manitobans watch this whole 4 hours and a couple more hours to come about the sheer reluctance and the inability of this minister and this NDP government to understand what Manitobans are saying, to understand and to listen to the words.
Point of order from MLA Devgan.
Yeah, well, I feel like we're really moving away from the relevance of the clause here. Does the member have a question direct to the minister on this?
MLA Khan on the same point of order.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. And I can appreciate that the members opposite want to call point of order at every opportunity they can get. But what they might not know is that you have 10 minutes to ask the question in regards to this proceeding. And if the member would allow me to continue further on, I would have got to the message, which again, this whole committee is about this tax bill amendment for affordability for Manitobans. So everything we are discussing is about affordability for Manitobans. The member might not see that, but I believe, I don't know what the time was, but I think I was only maybe a minute into the question, and he cut me off on the relevance or point of order, but it's all about affordability for Manitobans. The end date is relevant to the affordability for Manitobans. The member opposite might think that affordability
Points of order are not to be used for debate.
I've heard enough contributions. It is not a point of order. However, I would ask the member to please keep his comments relevant to the clause.
Okay. So this is not a point of order, or I will rule it not a point of order, but I would ask the member to keep his comments relevant to the clause. MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I think we've made it abundantly clear that, and the minister has made it abundantly clear that he does not want to extend this end date. That he either believes affordability will be in line within a year, or he just doesn't want to extend the end date to make life more affordable to Manitobans. I believe the minister is smart enough to know that affordability will not be back in line. Interest rates, inflation will not be back in a year. So the simple answer is he does not want to extend this. And if you ask yourself, why doesn't he want to extend the end date? It's because it's not really about affordability. If it was about affordability, he would extend it. Now, to the minister's point earlier, he had said in his mandate letter, so the relevance of this for the member opposite was probably wondering what's the mandate letter? Well, the minister brought it up in his mandate letter, so it is relevant to bring up a point that the minister had alluded to earlier in this line of questioning. And, you know, as he said, it's outlined in his mandate letter. So he has to do everything his mandate letter says, I guess, according to that logic. So is the minister also going to freeze hydro rates for 1 year? As is outlined in his mandate letter. So I will leave that question to the minister there.
Honorable Minister Sala.
I don't see any relevance with those comments to the clause at hand.
MLA Khan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I mean, the minister had referenced his mandate letter earlier. I thought I would just bring up the mandate letter, but he doesn't want to talk about the fact that his mandate letter says freeze hydro rates, and he will or won't, and maybe he won't now, even though his mandate letter says. But his mandate letter does say that they have to bring this tax amendment forward. But they're not going to do the hydro freeze, but they want to do this when they've heard from Manitobans and they see blatantly or clearly that there is a ton of holes in this bill. Again, I want to be very clear. We on this side of the House are for affordability measures for Manitobans. We are for tax cuts for Manitobans. We want to make this bill the best bill it can possibly be. That is our job. My job is to hold the Minister of Finance accountable for Manitobans to make this the best possible bill for all Manitobans. It is sad that the minister can't see that and is digging his heels in and does not want to extend the end date on this. We've asked numerous times, he doesn't want to do it. The motor vehicle on our roadway clause, he seems to think that boats are a motor vehicle on a runway. It's concerning. Snowmobiles, combines, as clearly defined in the Highway Traffic Act, are not, but this minister wants to say they are. So that's the situation we're in now. Minister won't answer the simple question of what is larger, $5,500 of savings or $500 of savings. I don't know. It blows my mind that you can't get a simple yes or no. 5,500, 500. Minister wants to talk about living in the past, about previous governments. Well, if you want to go there, sure. 5,500 was the average savings previous government did, 22, 23. $500 is what this is proposing. But we're not living in the past, we're talking about now. I want to talk about the bill now. I want to talk about making this bill better for Manitobans, which this minister refuses to acknowledge. This minister refuses to acknowledge that the end date needs to be pushed out. This minister refuses to acknowledge that motor vehicles on roadway is a very bad definition, is a very bad description of vehicles that are using this. But nonetheless, I will digress. And I will simply ask the minister one last time before I pass it off to my colleague for a question. Again, I'm giving the minister another opportunity to, if this is really about affordability for Manitobans, will the minister simply extend the end date of this until January 1st, 2027 to help Manitobans with affordabilities? Yes or no?
Before I pass it off to the Honourable Minister, I'll just ensure that the committee knows that there's an expectation that questions aren't repeated over and over. So questions are very welcome, but the repetition of questions is very much frowned upon. So the Honourable Minister Sala.
Encourage the opposition to support this important affordability measure. Looking forward to seeing them vote in support.
MLA Khan.
I can appreciate, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I can appreciate that the Chairperson has cautioned not to repeat the question over and over again, but it is difficult when you don't get the answer. When you don't get a answer, when you give a yes or no answer question and you don't get the answer, you just ask the question again and again and again until you get an answer. But regardless, as I said, we'll digress. Minister does not want to extend this. Minister believes boats are on a roadway. So I believe we will now agree to disagree once again and move forward with the next question.
Would Minister Sala like to respond?
No, no comments to that.
Seeing no further questions,
Sorry, Emily, did you have any more questions on those? No?
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I'll call the question. Should Clause 5 pass?
Pass.
Hearing no's. All those in favor of Clause 5, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the ayes have it. Clause 5 is accordingly passed. MLA Klein, or Khan.
Klein, wow. I mean, that's a, I don't know how you possibly get that one in there. No, I'm not. I'm just confused. I'm just confused. Genuinely, that's I'd get someone else, but that's a, sorry, I don't even know what the question was. I was so blown away. I had my hand up. Recorded vote is what I was asking. Yes. Sorry, I'm literally.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those opposed, please raise their hands.
1, 2. Ayes 3, nays 2.
Clause 5 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 6 pass?
Pass.
Hearing no's, the floor is open for questions. MLA Bereza.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Temporary exemption tax holiday 12.2C, firefighting equipment by municipality or local government district. Does this also include Hutterite colonies, or can there be an amendment put in there to include Hutterite colonies, as they do a number of firefighting off colony for the safety of Manitobans?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I mean, Hutterite colonies are invited to purchase clear gasoline from fuel stations and to obtain the same benefits as are being extended to anyone in Manitoba who would be purchasing clear gas during a fuel tax holiday.
MLA Bereza.
If it's as easy as that, then can we, again, so it is clear for the colonies that are involved there, they're large farmers, they're large contributors to the economy, but they're also large contributors to looking after the safety of the province, especially in rural areas of Manitoba where there isn't a lot of firefighting equipment. I would ask that we amend that to include Hutterite colonies.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Appreciate the comments, and again, we just like Hutterite colonies and their members and the families that live within those communities are welcome to go to the pump and save 14 cents a liter. We encourage them to do that, and that'll help those families, like it will help all Manitoban families should your party decide to support this bill.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just curious if, in the clause here, gasoline, diesel, or natural gas, is there a reason why the minister did not include propane?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, and I did speak to this in the media. The concern is that propane has uses far outside the use of transportation, and there's significant usage in heating and a variety of other purposes. My understanding is that for the purposes of transportation, is a very small percentage of overall propane use is used for transportation purposes. And again, it's I think there's real concerns about the risks of this of propane being used for purposes outside of the focus, the goals of this bill, which is ultimately to improve the affordability of living for Manitobans.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I can actually somewhat agree with that answer that the minister gave there. So we are moving forward. But the question in regards to propane, is the minister aware of the mechanism of how people actually fill up their cars with propane at the propane tank? Or propane station, sorry?
Honorable Minister Sala.
No, again, I appreciate the questions from the members opposite. It's getting late in the evening, and we're kind of going in circles here. And I just want to ask the members if they're going to support this bill or not.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The minister had said earlier we're going to be here all night or to midnight, and we're happy to be here. It's an honor for me to be elected and represent Manitobans and to debate this all night. If the minister wants to go home early, then the minister can ask to go home early if he wants, if he believes it's late. I'm more than happy to stay here till midnight or till whenever to have all these issues heard. So if the minister wants to go home early, I guess I can leave that up to the minister to answer that. Does the minister want to go home early? I don't know, but he asked me. I don't know. Okay, all right. Okay, so the minister says he doesn't want to answer the question on propane. So I'll get back to the question. And I can appreciate that propane is used in other heating homes, maybe. But the question was, is the minister aware of the actual mechanism of how vehicles are filled up with propane? Yes or no?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah. We've brought forward a bill that we feel ensures that Manitobans, everyday Manitobans, are going to benefit significantly. They're going to see huge savings from this bill. We invite the opposition to get on board.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to explain to everybody in the room here how the mechanism works for filling up a vehicle versus home heating that we might be referring to here. Home heating is there's a tank outside of your home that is put in there. You cannot fill your vehicle from that home fuel tank. In order to fill up with propane, there has to be, it's at a gas station, or in the case of Brandon School Division that has 34 buses that are operating on propane. It's a completely different mechanism. So there is no opportunity for somebody to be using the propane that might be heating their house versus putting in a vehicle. So my question here again is, do you understand the mechanism of that, and will propane be included in this, or could this be amended to include propane? Again, if we are talking about the affordability for Manitobans, then we are looking at propane as a fuel for a vehicle, and it's one place that it's very evident is the Brandon School Division.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, we've brought forward a bill here that accounts for the vast majority of fuel usage in this province. This bill is a great bill that will reduce the cost of living for Manitobans. I don't know if the member knows personally anyone that drives a vehicle that's fueled by propane. I personally have not had occasion to, so I assume this is a very small number of folks in this province. There are complexities involved in including propane, and again, we've ensured that this bill will provide benefits to Manitobans every time they go to the pump, 14 cents a liter. We hope the opposition signs up to support that.
MLA Baraza.
Again, we're here tonight. I think it's been very clear. We're all concerned about affordability of Manitobans. Yes, I do know a number of people that operate propane vehicles. If you like, I could give you their names and their plate numbers on that. But where it is very clear is, again, if we are talking about affordability for all Manitobans, the Brandon School Division has decided to change their fleet to propane. So how do we explain to them that they are not going to be able to take advantage of this program? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, again, appreciate the comments. This is a great bill. It's a great bill that will save Manitobans money across the province. This is to support the reduction of costs for families in this province. It's to reduce the cost of living for families, whether that's the family of a farmer, whether that's a northern family, whether that's an urban family. That's what this bill is seeking to do, to reduce the cost of living for families.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So we can clearly see that the minister is now getting a little bit tired. It's late. We all might be a little bit tired, but now the minister is just completely not even answering the questions or coming remotely close to answering the questions and dealing with what we're bringing forward. He keeps repeating over the same thing, that he hopes that we are going to support this and that we're on the side of affordability. And I've said 100 times in the last couple months, we are in favor of tax cuts. We are a party that is in favor of making life more affordable. That is evident by the 11 times savings that the previous government did last year. $5,500 for the average home versus this proposed $500 in savings. Now, regardless of that, the minister is just simply not even answering the questions anymore. So we're going to keep going, though, because that's our job. This bill covers fuel purchased for use in operating in three specific use cases. However, there's nothing about off-road vehicles. There's nothing about agricultural machinery. There's nothing about recreational maintenance vehicles. This bill is simply not clear. This bill is rushed. Now, the minister wants to say, oh, just go to the gas station, you'll get 14 cents off. This bill is not clear. Presenters have showed that. We have voiced that concern. The public has said it. If his intent is really what he says it is, then why won't he let the bill simply reflect his words and make a few amendments? I don't understand why the minister has dug his heels in so much that he simply just won't amend the bill to reflect the words of what Manitobans are asking for.
Honorable Minister Sala.
I didn't hear a question there.
MLA Khan.
Do you want me to repeat the question now, Mr. Chairperson, or would you like me to repeat the question? Okay, all right, I'll repeat the question again. I'm gonna try to go. It is, I don't even know, the questions are kind of blurring together now. So I might have to go back 2 questions here, but say, the minister is not even answering questions anymore. He just keeps using the same talking points over and over again. It's for affordability. It's a good bill. We want to do this, and we are the party of tax cuts. We are for tax cuts. We are for making life more affordable. This minister has said $500 is what this bill is going to save. We saved over $5,500 for average Manitobans last year. 500, 5,500. So this minister now is saying, we don't need to amend the words. It's the intent of the bill. Words matter. This bill clearly does not reflect the intent of what it's intended for. He refuses to add propane for some reason. He wants to punish Brandon School Division for switching their fleet. He wants to punish the people who are driving propane tanks. Now, he might not know anyone that propane vehicles. He might not know anyone that drives propane, but that doesn't matter. People do. I know some people. My colleagues know some people. I'm sure some people on the other side know some people that drive vehicles. He's punishing them. Why? I don't understand. It's a simple addition to this, add propane in here. So will the minister add propane to the temporary exemption tax holiday clause 12.2?
Honorable Minister Salo.
The bill clearly outlines the fuels we're proposing to include. I suggest the opposition get on board with the bill. And if I could add, it would be, I think it would be advisable that, given it seems we're going to be here for a while longer, that if we could take a 10-minute recess for everyone to just maybe have time to do whatever it is they need to do. I would ask if that's possible, or if there's support for that.
Is there leave for a 10-minute recess? Okay. Agreed. The committee will recess for 10 minutes.
Sounds good. till JD gets back?
No, just like here. Okay. Yeah. The committee's back in session.
Will the committee please come to
Will
order?
the committee please come to order? The committee is back in session. We'll resume on questions for Clause 6. Are there any more questions for Clause 6? MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It was nice to take a little break and get back at debating this very important bill for Manitobans and affordability for all Manitobans. So we left off on really the specifics on the type of gasoline that this bill will cover. And the minister's made it pretty clear that he's not willing to amend the act to add in propane, even though the mechanism for dispensing propane for vehicular transport is very different, and that mechanism can't really be used for houses. He's made it clear that he is willing to punish the Brandon School Board by not allowing them to have this gas tax exemption. He's made it clear that apparently a motor vehicle on a roadway, as in this clause here, can be defined as a boat or a snowmobile. He's made it clear in this 12.2 section B that a motor vehicle rated farm truck that a combine or a tractor or an aerator or a swather can just pull up to the gas station and they'll get it. Which transitions me into my next point, which is it's really unfortunate that the minister won't add propane to this. I don't know why. I don't know why he's got his heels so dug in that he's just unwilling to amend anything. But you never know. We'll see what happens. To take his words, we're beating a horse. Horse is going to live till third reading. And hopefully at third reading, this horse will rise from the ashes. I'm carried, I don't know, it's tired, it's late. Let's talk about some dyed gas. Mark Fuel. The minister made a comment in the media where he said that if the farmers want to take advantage of marked fuel, then they can. If the farmers want to take advantage of this tax break, then they can do that. And that the farmers should just pull up to the gas station and then take advantage of this proposed 14-cent tax cut. The question for the minister is, had he ever heard of marked fuel before he brought this bill forward? It's a simple question. Had he ever heard of marked fuel or dyed fuel?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Appreciate the question, and can share just briefly that my family on my mother's side are all from Dauphin, Manitoba, and the family runs a Century Farm out there, and I know that I can remember the sort of fuel tanks on my grandfather and now my uncle's property, and they certainly had marked fuel there, so I'm definitely familiar with marked fuel, again back to the other comment that was made by the member opposite. We're not in the business here of directing anyone to do anything. Should farmers, the families of farmers, want to benefit from a 14-cent reduction on clear fuel, they're encouraged to do so. That's up to them. They'll make those decisions. It's a great opportunity to lower their cost of living, and that is going to hopefully be a benefit that we'll be able to bring to all Manitobans. And my hope again is that the opposition here will support this bill, this important bill. What's becoming clear here is that it seems as though we're seeing evidence that they're seeking to filibuster this bill and to stop this bill from moving forward. They have voted on the record now tonight on several occasions against clauses that support bringing this affordability measure to Manitobans. So I think it's important that they recognize now that on multiple occasions tonight, they voted against clauses that will bring those cost reductions to support Manitobans. I hope that they decide to support this bill. The evidence, or what we're seeing so far, is that it seems like they don't want to support it. That's concerning.
MLA Bereza.
Your chair. Mr. Chairperson. Yeah, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity to do that. I can assure you that the reason we're asking these questions is because we're not understanding this bill in places. We're looking for clarity on it. And one of the questions that I do have to ask too is, what does the minister say to the Brandon School Division, whose new propane-fueled buses won't see a tax saving? They're doing the right thing by pursuing low-carbon alternatives. Why are they being punished?
Honorable Minister Sala.
You know, school divisions and municipalities across this province will benefit significantly from this reduction in the fuel tax on clear gas. This will bring benefits to municipalities and school divisions across the province.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to go back to a comment the minister made, and then we'll move on to the next question. You know, he accuses us of filibustering the bill. I would actually accuse us of going through the democratic process. That's what we're doing here. And if the minister takes objection to the democratic process, then maybe he shouldn't bring a bill forward with this many holes. If the minister doesn't want to sit late into the night and he wants to go home, as he's alluded to that he's tired, then the minister is free to do that. This isn't filibustering. This is a healthy democratic debate of concerns for Manitobans. And the minister wants to dismiss them with simple answers and saying, oh, we've already talked about this. Oh, we've already talked about this. In reality, he hasn't. He hasn't answered any of the questions. We are bringing concerns from Manitobans. We're voting against clauses because we fundamentally disagree with the way the clauses are worded. And the definitions are not correct, as were demonstrated by speakers tonight. As demonstrated, plain logic would let you understand that this wording needs to be amended. We've said repeatedly on the record that we are for tax cuts, we are for affordability measures. For the minister to just assume and to fearmonger that we're heading in a direction that he doesn't know is actually a disservice to Manitobans and the democratic process. So again, if he wants to accuse of filibustering, then maybe he's in the wrong line of work. But if you ask me, I think we're actually paying a real service to the democratic process of what we're doing here tonight, and that is discussing committee for this bill. Now, in regards to this specifically, dyed gas, marked fuel. So the minister again just said that farmers, and if they want to take advantage of the 14 cents, then they can go get clear gas. Great. You're right, they can. But does the minister know that when that farmer does that, and as he alluded to in the newspaper twice, which I will have for my next question, that they can just go get clear gas? Does he know that, is he aware that when he said that they would then be giving up the federal carbon tax, the NDP liberal federal carbon tax that is making life more unaffordable for all Canadians? Was he aware that when he said farmers should just go get clear gas, that they would then be giving up that 14 cents? And on April 1st, when this bill, the 6 month is over, so on April 1st, the carbon tax will go up to 18 cents? I know the minister had problems with simple math questions earlier, 5,500, 500, what's greater? Well, 18 cents is more than 14 cents. So, simple question, was the minister aware that when he had suggested, or he had said this is an option for farmers to go, that he was actually going to end up, if the farmer did take his advice, you think the Minister of Finance would advise Manitobans in the best way. Financial literacy was addressed this week in the chamber for Manitobans to the best way for affordability measures, that when he said that, he was actually proposing to farmers that they would end up paying more money, 11 cents more on their tax, because they would be giving up the federal carbon tax exemption, but they could take advantage of the 3 cents that this minister is offering.
Honorable Minister Sala.
It's a lot of words there. Just going to ask the member to restate the question.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'll simplify the question. Was the Minister of Finance aware that when he said that farmers can go to clear gas and suggested and encouraged them to take advantage of that he was actually telling farmers if they did that, they would be paying 11 cents more by going that route?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Appreciate the question. And, you know, what we're saying and what we're being clear about is that if you're a Manitoban and you want to save 14 cents a liter on clear gas, this bill will allow you to do that. Again, but it will only allow us to do that if the opposition supports it. So far, we're seeing this opposition party voting against clause after clause here, showing that there are a lot of signs that they're not looking to support this bill to bring these savings to Manitobans. Seeing a lot of evidence of filibustering, talk about, you know, they want to be here endlessly. That's fine. We're going to continue to do that work. I will say too, on an important note, I'm hearing the member sort of devolve into schoolyard type accusations about math skills, et cetera. And I would ask them to show respect and be respectful here. And I think that's what Manitobans want to see out of their legislators. And I encourage them to do that.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As the Minister of Finance, there is, I can only imagine the responsibility that is put on his shoulders to deal with affordability measures for Manitobans. It's a big job. And this is a big bill. The questions that we're asking on this side are not for filibustering purposes. I want to be very clear. They are for clarification purposes and understanding of the bill to help all Manitobans. Now, when the minister said, and I quote on CBC, November 27th, "What we're saying is all clear gasoline in this province, which farmers can use, are welcome to use, and we encourage them to use. Should we be able to bring this measure, we'll see a reduction from 14 cents to 0 cents. But the minister conveniently left out that if they're to do that, they would then be paying the 14 cents of the federal carbon tax. So my question to the minister is, when he made this comment on November 27th, was he aware that when he said this, that the farmers, if they took his advice, would then be paying 14 more cents for the federal carbon tax?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I want to thank the member opposite for giving me another opportunity to talk about how much money this bill will save for the families of farmers who have to drive, in many cases, more than anyone else in this province. So if you're a farmer and you've got to drive into town to get groceries, or you've got to drive into town to go to school or to work, or you're the family of a farmer, son, daughter, wife, family member of any kind, you will save big as a result of this. So this bill is particularly great for rural and northern Manitobans, especially for families of farmers and their families.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make it clear that, again, we can talk about filibustering. This is not about filibustering. This is about helping Manitobans to know what's exempt, what's not exempt, what works, what doesn't work. Under 12.2C, regarding, and again, I'm going to go back to this again, you've included here firefighting equipment by municipalities or local government districts. I have 8 Hutterite colonies in my constituency that I've visited. Will you amend and include in there Hutterite colonies also here? Because in this situation...
A point of order has been called by MLA Devgan.
Thank you, Chairperson. I believe this question has been asked and answered. But to the point of repetition of questions, almost verbatim.
MLA Bereva.
The reason why I'm asking it is I feel the relevance of it, and again, it goes towards, again, are we treating somebody else like a second-class citizen? The question wasn't answered, and all I'm looking for is an answer of, can we, for safety reasons, also to let the colonies know that they are important to us as any other firefighting group is, or any other municipality, because they are contributing to our economy, They're in contributing to our safety by fighting fires in our municipality.
So we can consider another point of order during a point of order.
Just clarification, earlier you said you cannot debate on a point of order as well. Sounds like a debate.
Could MLA Bereza please keep his comments specific to whether this is a point of order or not?
I believe it.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you. I believe it's not a point of order, as the question was not answered.
So I will rule that it is not a point of order because the comments are relevant to the clause, but I will ask MLA Bereza to ensure that he is not repeating questions because we are getting very close to that.
Thank you.
Okay. MLA Bereza.
I have a number of Hutterite colonies in my municipality. And I want to make sure that when we're talking about this clause of 12(2)(c), that we are looking at not only the economic fairness within the province, but also making sure that they are able to fight fires that they can at the same time. So will the minister amend this to include Hutterite colonies 12(2)(c)?
Okay. So for the last time, this question will be asked to the Honourable Minister Sala.
I'm not sure where there's a lack of clarity here in that what we've said with, I think, repeatedly this evening is that all Manitobans who go to the fuel pump will save 14 cents a litre. Doesn't matter if they're from a Hutterite community, doesn't matter which community they originate from. If you go to the fuel pump, you will save the 14 cents a litre. And we encourage all Manitobans, again, should we be able to pass this bill, and I'm seeing, Manitobans are saying that it's looking as though there's an interest in filibustering and stopping this from going forward. Manitobans will see those savings should your party decide to support this bill.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As the minister alluded earlier to the comments on math literacy or financial literacy, respectfully, I take those comments and I hear him. And I would kindly ask him to reflect on those same comments when he keeps referring to filibustering. There's a democratic process here. We have an hour and 36 minutes still until the night is over. I would appreciate the minister engaged in that hour and 36 minutes instead of just repeating and filibustering. We're here till, we have it here till midnight. Let's see this through. Let's have some good, healthy debate. As the minister makes requests of us, we go back at that. To get to the question here on motor vehicles, and still the clause in 12.2, registered as a farm truck. So the minister has said on the record that farmers can take advantage of this, that they can fill up their tractors, their tractors, their combines, their vehicles, their equipment. How does the minister propose that the farmers actually do take advantage of this with their tractors and combines and equipment on the farm that he claims? Are they just supposed to pull up to the Esso station and fill up their tractor?
Honourable Minister Sala.
I think I'm not a farmer, but I believe almost all the agricultural equipment that was just referenced by the member opposite would be the type of equipment that would operate with diesel, marked diesel likely, which is currently does not have any type of fuel tax applied to it. So I fail to understand the relevance of the question.
MLA Khan.
So I just want to be clear on this again. The minister is saying that we are requesting to make an amendment to the act that the minister add propane to this, since it's been discussed fulsome, that the mechanism for dispensing propane to vehicles, as this bill is intended for vehicles, is very different than the mechanism for propane for heating homes and equipment. That we're asking the minister to make an amendment to include propane for a motor vehicle on a roadway. Will the minister make that amendment?
Okay, last time for that question. Honorable Minister Sala.
If the member opposite has a proposed amendment to this clause, they're welcome to bring that forward here. Asking about it. Can't bring forward any type of amendment.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And I can respect and appreciate, this is genuinely respectfully, that the minister's in a new role in the government and we're in a new role in opposition. But from what I've been reading is that opposition cannot bring forward amendments to a money bill. The money bill that involves money, that would have to be an amendment that is done from the government side. I may be mistaken on that, so maybe I'm looking for some clarification from the minister or the 18 people he has on his side. That was the question.
Was it?
I mean, that was the question, and then
Yeah.
clarification,
So-
Minister. I know you answered it, but maybe the minister can add some more.
Your question needs to be about the vote.
Yeah. So the question would be then, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The question would then be in the.
Sorry, MLA Khan.
Thank you. Yeah. So as we've now covered that, Mr. Chairperson, the minister had asked previously that he would welcome an amendment proposed by us. On this side is that we cannot bring those forward. It's for the minister. We can voice those, we can discuss those, we can bring them up. Then it's for the minister, as he's in government, to bring it forward because it's a money bill. It's a money spending bill, so only government can do that. Opposition can't bring that forward. So if that was the question that was from the minister, then we would ask for amendments to be that the bill be amended, that the tax holiday, meaning the period from January 1st, 2024, be and ending at date prescribed by regulation, we would strike out before January 1st, 2025. Would strike out 2025. 31.1, striking which must be done January 1st, 2025. Amendment 2, we propose replacing 12.2 with operator exemption, no taxes payable by the buyer of gasoline, diesel, or natural gas, including all marked and specialty fuel. And Amendment 3 would be, bill be amended as follows, add new section at the end, home heating carbon tax relief. The Minister of Finance shall instruct Manitoba Hydro to not collect the federal carbon tax for the duration of any tax holiday date. So those are the amendments we bring forward. The minister asked if we want to bring amendments forward. Those are the 3 amendments we propose to bring forward to remove the end date of this proposed bill, to include no taxes on any fuel, gasoline, diesel, and natural gas, including all marked and specialty fuel, and to the Minister of Finance to instruct Manitoba Hydro to not collect federal carbon tax for the duration of any tax holiday. Those are the amendments we bring forward. Since the Minister asked for us to bring amendments forward, that's what we're bringing forward for affordability for Manitobans, so that Manitobans know what is happening in a time of uncertainty, that we bring this forward to the Minister.
So just to clarify for all committee members, the suggestions put forward by MLA Khan are just that, suggestions. They are not official amendments, but Minister Salah is welcome to respond if he would like.
I appreciate what the members of the opposition have brought forward, and again, we're proud to have brought forward a bill that will have a huge impact on a massive number of Manitobans. I hope that the opposition will support to bring this relief to Manitobans in every corner of the province.
Are there any more questions? No. Then I'm going to call the question. Shall clause 6 pass?
Pass.
No.
Okay.
It's a whole vote thing.
All those in favor of clause 6, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the ayes have it. Clause 6 is accordingly passed. MLA Khan.
Recorded vote. Mr. Chairperson, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those opposed, please raise their hands.
1, 2. Ayes 3, nays 2.
Clause 6 is accordingly passed.
Not tonight.
Should clause 7 pass?
Pass.
I hear a no. The floor is open to debate. MLA Khan.
I have Mr. Chairperson, just a clarifying question maybe, so we don't run into the same problem that we ran into the first one. In this one here, there's a clause 7 bracket 1 and 7 bracket 2. Are we discussing 7-1 and 7 bracket 2, or is 7-1 separate and 7-2 is separate?
They are together.
They are together. Okay.
So we are discussing 7 bracket 1 and 7 bracket 2.
Thank you.
MLA Khan.
Mr. Chairperson, so in reading this clause here, maybe the minister can add some clarity on this. This is obviously to deal with tax paying regulations from the seller to the buyer. Could maybe the minister add some light into the actual mechanism by which the vendor would pass the tax savings on to the customer? Or the vendor would remit the payments to the province if needed to for the tax.
Honorable Minister Salah.
I'll just take a minute to consult here.
The Honourable Minister Sala.
So these clauses are to provide clarity on how we'll deal with situations where a retailer, for example, has an amount of fuel in a tank in advance of the law coming into effect. And we want to ensure that on both ends, at the front end before this comes in, that if a retailer has gas in their tanks that they've paid tax for, that they're then retailing without a tax on it, that they're made whole there. And vice versa on the other end, whenever this measure is sunsetted, we're going to have retailers who are going to have gas in their tanks that they will not have paid tax for, that then they'll be retailing with a tax applied. The mechanism for collecting and for making retailers whole will be the Manitoba Finance Tax CES system. So it's a digital system. And my understanding is that it should be very simple for retailers to use.
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you very much to the Minister for adding clarification on that. It is a little confusing in the wording there. So just to be clear again, just to reiterate what I understand is retailer has a 100-gallon tank of fuel. Let's say there's 50 gallons of tank in there by January 1st. Then it gets filled up with another 50 gallons. These clauses, and vice versa, same thing on December 31st, 2024, 50-50, the 50 gallons are gone and left. That there would be a mechanism for there to charge the tax or not charge the tax accordingly, according to the bill. Is that correct from what I understand the Minister is saying?
The Honourable Minister Sala.
Yeah, it's to make the retailers whole. So they'll have paid tax on that fuel in those tanks. When they sell it, they won't be able to recoup that. And we don't want them to be out those dollars.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Will that be a self-reported amount left in their reservoirs, or will there be a process in which an audit will be done to determine how much fuel is left in, especially the larger, you can imagine the larger distributors of gasoline?
Honourable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So all retailers will be required to measure their fuel stocks in advance of December 31st or on December 31st. Again, should you decide to help support this bill. And then those larger retailers will be verified.
MLA Bereza.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't having a stroke there. Question being is, we know that a lot of the gas companies deal with companies like FCL, UFA, and that have major distribution points. Is there a mechanism in place to make sure that that fuel that's going into FCL or that's at FCL, is there a mechanism of knowing what's going to Manitoba, what's going to Saskatchewan, and what's going to Alberta? Like, will they define what's in their tanks that are going to Manitoba? That's my question.
MLA Devgan on a point of order.
Chairperson. Respectfully, I'm unclear as to the relevance to the actual clause there. Maybe if the member could clarify.
Would MLA Bereza like to respond to the point of order?
Yes. So
On relevance?
yeah, on relevance of that. So again, the reason I was asking that question was to determine if somebody is moving gas into Saskatchewan, or sorry, moving gas from Saskatchewan to Manitoba from a place like an FCL or a UFA, is there a mechanism in place to make sure that somebody isn't overstating or understating what they have in that tank? Yeah.
Tax-related purposes, it's all.
I would say it's not a point of order, and the second version of the question helped me understand the relevance.
You're lucky then.
MLA Khan?
Call a point of order to the members opposite. I understand that this is a learning process and that we're trying to go, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I understand it's a learning process we're trying to go through. This 5 point of orders now been called by members opposite, and all 5 have been ruled as not a point of order. There is a 10-minute clock for us to ask questions in regards to this. Every point of order has been ruled against them as not a point of order. So I caution, or I would ask the chairperson to direct members opposite, or point of order on not point of orders. How about that? There you go.
So I will rule that, I will order, I'll use the mallet. I'll rule that point of order out of order, in that there's no limit on the amount of point of orders people can call.
No breach of the rules.
And there's been no breach of the rules. Yeah. Let's all listen to the minister, Honorable Minister Sala.
Thank you. Just in response to the question from Member Bereza, FCL and larger retailers like that, the destination of their fuel is tracked and reported.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, should clause 7 pass?
Pass.
All those in favor of clause 7, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. Clause 7 is accordingly passed. Okay. Should clause 8 pass?
Pass.
I hear a no. The floor is open to debate. MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. In regards to Clause 8, Section 31.1, Lieutenant Governor and Council may make regulations fixing the day on which the tax holiday ends, which must be before January 1st, 2025. Again, this question goes back to a previous conversation we had, but this is in reference to the Lieutenant Governor now make regulations. So is this stating that the Lieutenant Governor now is also bound by this to make the last day of the holiday January 1st, 2025?
Honorable Minister Sala.
What this references is that those regulation changes would be made by Cabinet OIC.
MLA Khan.
Very much, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for that clarification. Nice, simple, forward answer. Thank you. January 1st, 2025, is there a reason why this date was selected here as well?
Honorable Minister Sala.
I'd ask for the chair to just maybe offer an opinion as to whether or not this is again repeating a question that was asked about 50 times earlier this evening.
Okay. So because it is relevant to the new clause, it is in order to ask it. Repetition of this question within the clause would be frowned upon. Honorable Minister Sala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I will add, you are doing a fabulous job managing this evening. You know, again, back to this question about the timeline. We've been very clear. We're bringing forward a 6-month fuel tax holiday to save Manitobans $250, an average family $250. We will determine as we get closer to that 6-month date whether or not there are whether we need to extend that tax holiday. And we're excited to bring this measure to Manitobans. We're excited to help them save money. And again, we've seen a lot of evidence tonight that the opposition is looking to just vote against every single clause in this bill. A bill that is focused on reducing the cost of living for Manitobans, Mr. Chair. That's a concern. Will they support it? Yes or no?
MLA Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson and Minister of Finance. There's still 2 clauses left, so I don't know if that statement is 100% accurate. We got to see what happens until the strike of midnight. So let's not dot the I's and cross the T's just yet. We'll see what happens the last 2. In regards to fixing the day on which the tax holiday ends, which must be before January 1st, 2025, can the minister elaborate on what type of economic conditions would be required to either extend, this gas tax amendment? What would economic conditions be for that?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, I thought that the member was part of the conversation earlier where we discussed this question multiple times. And again, I'll state it again for his benefit here. Depending on the direction of inflation and what we're seeing happening in terms of the cost of living for Manitobans, we'll make a determination as we get close to that 6-month date.
MLA Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Does the minister have any benchmarks or metrics that he is looking for to determine the direction of inflation, interest rates, and whatnot? Or is this just at his whim to decide how he feels that morning?
Honorable Minister Sala.
It is, as we said earlier, is discretionary. We'll be looking at those indicators that will tell the tale of the struggles that Manitobans are facing, again, as we get closer to that 6-month date. We spent years with a government that was not focused on improving affordability for regular Manitobans. Those times have changed. We got a new government and we're here to make life better. And that's exactly what this bill does. We want to see them support it. And hopefully we're going to see them extend that support so that they can show Manitobans that they actually understand the challenges that they're facing.
MLA Khan.
So the minister has said, again, repeatedly that discretionary. So does he have any number at all? Is there any number at all that they're looking for? Inflation, interest rates, anything at all that's benchmarked for whether it be the 6-month ability for him to extend this, or would it be for the year, in a year, January 1st, 2025? Any number at all, or is this just completely discretionary at the minister's whim?
Honorable Minister Sala.
So again, we are going to be looking at those indicators that will speak to the challenges that Manitobans are facing, and we'll make that determination as we get closer to that 6-month mark.
MLA Khan.
Can the minister please elaborate on what some of those indicators might be? I don't need the number of what they might be. He's made it clear that we don't know what those numbers are, that there is no number that he has set, but what are some indicators he's looking for?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Well, there'd be any number of important indicators that we'll be looking to. Inflation, Statistics Manitoba, CPI. There's a number of data points that will tell the tale of the challenges Manitobans are facing. And as we get closer to that 6-month mark, we'll be using that information and we'll make a determination as we get close to that date.
MLA Khan.
I think we're coming up to a conclusion here pretty shortly. Just a few closing questions. Will the minister share those indicators with Manitoba on what the indicators he's looking for and what those numbers are?
Point of order from member Devgan.
I believe this is the same question again. He's asking for the same indicators. I believe the minister has answered that question repeatedly. It's the same question.
Would the MLA like to respond?
Sure, yes, I would, Mr. Chairperson. Respectfully, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Respectfully to the member opposite, I understand he is new, but the chair did rule earlier that this is a new clause. So you are allowed to ask the questions, and member opposite might actually know that I never actually specifically asked for the indicators and if the minister would be sharing that with the public. I never asked the minister if he would be sharing that, so this is a new question. Regardless, it's not a completely new clause, which the chair has already ruled was allowed.
Okay, so I will rule the point of order out of order because it is relevant to the clause. However, the question is getting wildly close to repetition. We would ask for the next question to be on a different topic of some kind. I think we're at, yeah.
Sure, if you'd like to repeat it.
MLA Khan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The question was specific to this. So, will the minister share with Manitobans what indicators he's specifically looking for as we approach closer to the 6th month of the year, and what those targets or numbers are?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, what I'm very happy to share is that we're going to be keeping a close eye on those indicators of cost of living for Manitobans. And should we make the decision that we're going to need to extend this as we get close to that 6-month mark, that's exactly what we'll do. And you know, this is I understand it's an important point, and that the members opposite want to continue focusing on here. But I'll say it as many times as needed. We will be looking at those important indicators that will tell us the story. The cost of living challenges that Manitobans are facing, and we'll make a determination at that point.
MLA Khan.
Just one last one. I just want to make sure that, just to clarify, that the minister will share that story with us of indicators.
Honorable Minister Sala.
I think, you know, what we want to know here is, will they vote for the bill? Are they going to vote for the bill, yes or no? It's that simple. Again, tonight we're seeing a lot of evidence that they are not wanting to support this important affordability measure. Will they support it?
Seeing MLA Khan? Yeah?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We still have an hour and 6 minutes to go until this convenes here, so we're going to try to repeat some of the. I'm just teasing. You know, as the minister has said, that you know, this bill is designed for really affordability for Manitobans. This was put forward. For a fuel tax savings to be passed on to all Manitobans to make life more affordable for Manitoba. Now we can. It seems that we can agree to disagree on the mechanism and the bill and the wording on how this is done. We've had presenters come through tonight to discuss this, to discuss how this impacts them and their industries or their community. And now we are in the final stages of committee for this bill here. I would again bring forward that since we are not government and this is a money bill, that we cannot bring amendments forward, but I will bring a suggestion forward to the minister, that the minister does look at and listen to what Manitobans have said, and that we kindly and respectfully, if this is done for affordability for Manitobans, that we would ask that the timeline on this looks to be extended. The minister has agreed that inflation and cost of living is probably not going to come down in a year, maybe two. Extend it so we don't have to go through this process again. The minister is entrusted by the people of Manitoba and his duty here with the title of Minister of Finance. So to make the decision, extend it for a few years. Also, make the gas available for everyone, all types of gas. These are amendments, suggestions we bring forward for affordability measures as this bill, because I'll come back to the, because I know you can answer for that. So come back to the bill here on tax amendment, fuel tax amendment, and affordability for Manitobans, that we include the carbon tax. That we suggest that the minister reconsider and put the carbon tax in here to remove the carbon tax on Manitobans, on heating homes. These are the suggestions that we bring forward to hold this government accountable to the people of Manitoba. That is our job. Some people might not like the way and process which it was done and have questions in what our duty is, but the duty of opposition is to hold government accountable to His Majesty the King and the people of Manitoba. I believe we've done that forward. We've done that tonight with strong, valid arguments and points in this democratic process. So hopefully the minister can take those points back and look at what's best for Manitobans and make the required amendments. I believe now I bring the question forward for Clause 8.
So Minister Sala is welcome to respond.
I just want to say I appreciate the questions brought forward by the opposition. I'm glad we had an opportunity to have this important discussion here at committee tonight. It was great to hear presenters talk about their concerns, their feelings about the bill, and let's work together to bring these savings to Manitobans. So hopefully we'll see the opposition support this bill, and we're looking forward to continuing to make life more affordable for everyone in this province.
LA Con.
I got to answer it. We've been going for 6 hours. I just got one last question. So the last question is to the minister is, will the minister consider the suggestions / amendments that we have brought forward and that many of the presenters have brought forward for his consideration in this bill?
Honorable Minister Sala.
Yeah, we appreciate the concerns brought forward and the recommendations. And again, we look forward to bringing forward these savings to Manitobans every time they head to the pump. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll call the question. Shall Clause 8 pass?
Pass.
What do I do when that?
All right.
Clause 8 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 9 pass?
Pass.
Clause 9 is accordingly passed. Oh. Shall the enacting clause pass?
Pass.
The enacting clause is accordingly passed. Shall the title pass?
Pass.
The title is accordingly passed. Shall the bill be reported?
Yes.
Shall the bill be reported?
Agreed.
Agreed, the bill shall be reported.
Agreed.
10:59, what is the will of the committee?
The hour being 10:59, what is the will of the committee?
Adjourn.
Adjourn.
Committee rise.
Committee rise. Oh.
Yeah, you get the gavel.